Start by doing that. I am sure that you don't know the name of the person close to you, or maybe you do, but let's just do it again. Ask them what they are wearing. You know, we see all these things, and what are you wearing? What's the name? What's the brand? Who made it? What did they say? What do they do? Are they single? Are they searching? Are they ready to mingle? Please find out. And you can also ask them their account number, the detail, and don't just ask, do something for them, All right, some people say their account balance is not enough to send out money. They can just only receive money into their accounts. They can't send out. All right, let's do something quickly before we start. We'll try as much as we can to balance this event. We are on the mainland. People on the island, they know how to speak a lot of English, and they're usually serious. It's a serious event, but let's just try to put some mainland spice into it. Let's do something. Let's do something quickly. Let me take you back to nursery school days. Is anybody ready? My head, my shoulders. You know how we do that? Let's just do a bit of exercise. I see that the cold is a lot. It's been raining back to back. So let's all be upstanding just quickly. Let's do something. Some people are so serious. Some people are smiley. Some people are connecting. Please, this is an event to network and meet people and do great things. So let's be here together. All right, let's do that. Let's do that quickly. It's just an exercise to help us, do small exercise. I know some people have not been to the gym for some time. All right. So we are all going to sing it. I know I'm holding the microphone, but we know the song now. Do we know the song? Yeah. Or we should just do it. Maybe we should bring it a bit. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. I don't know if you have. Sorry? Okay, my head, that's the cocoa. I'm loving this already. All right, we are singing it together. I'm going to drop the microphone so that... Are we ready? In 3, 2, 1, go. No, now. We are doing it as if we are... you see, I said the weather is too cold. We need to do it a bit faster. So let's go as if we are in the choir now. So I'm the conductor. How is this said now? All right, are we ready? In 3, 2, 1, go. It's now fast. It's now faster. A round of applause for yourselves. You guys rock. You guys rock. Thank you so much. Please have your seats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to officially welcome you to the Elevate, the TAMI Elevate Conference. My name is Emmanuel Macaulay Afemike, but by profession, I am known as King E. By day, I am either an MC, event compare, a voiceover artist, a husband, a father, a VO coach. I do all of that. We are in Nigeria, so sometimes you need to hustle here and there for things to work. The TAMI Elevate Conference is a remarkable event designed to empower businesses with the necessary communication tools and strategies they need to succeed. TAMI Elevate Conference brings together industry leaders, communication experts, and technology innovators to explore the latest trends and best practices in customer engagement, brand building, and driving business growth. Now, as the pioneer as the organizer or convener of the pioneer and biggest voiceover event in Africa, 5 years running, one thing I know for a fact is that it is not easy to put together any event. Even especially an event that is as impactful as the TAMI Elevate Conference. So if your hands are not too busy, please do me a favor, jam those hands together, celebrate, like we say on the streets, celebrate grace. Celebrate grace, please, celebrate grace. It is not easy to do this, right? And today we have put together an array of activities that will sure interest you. We have engaging keynotes, panel discussions, workshops, and networking session. The conference aims to foster innovation, drive industry growth, and facilitate meaningful connections among stakeholders. And something very important that we must not miss, the icing on the cake, the Pitch Perfect Communication Technology Challenge. How many people are ready to win some do we have pitchers in the house? We have pitchers. Please make some noise. Are you not ready for this? Yes. All right, so if you're ready, I am ready, and we are all ready. So a round of applause for yourselves for coming out this early and making it down here. Thank you so much. We will just kick off quickly. Yeah, I think we are all set. So we'll just kick off with our keynote. And I think we have a video. Our first keynote speaker is already in the house. We have a video that will be played. Is that ready? Is the video ready for us to introduce him? Okay, I think I would just invite him. I'll do well to use. All right, just hold on. Let me just get some small info. All right, so before that, please let me make welcome Cecilia for a short welcome note. Please help me give a round of applause for him. And yes, please keep celebrating. You know, we have to celebrate Grace today. As much as possible, celebrate celebrate her until she gets here. Celebrate her, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you here once again at the third edition of Tamai Elevate Conference. So before I give my welcome note, I would just like us to do a little thing. If you have a space empty in front of you, kindly just, step forward and, take that seat. Thank you as you do so. Okay, so welcome again, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and innovators. We are very honored to have you grace us with your presence today. And today we are here, gathered in one room, ready to shape the future of communication technology. And as as Dana Boyd would say, the future of communication is not about technologies, it's about the people. And these words resonate with us today. We believe in the power of communication to transform lives. And as Nelson Mandela would also say, communication is the key to unlocking human potential. Our platform has processed over 1 billion transactions, and we're committed to empowering businesses and individuals across Africa. Over the next few hours today here in this hall, we'll delve into the latest trends and innovations in communications technology and walk you through how we have achieved these milestones. We'll also discuss how technology can bridge gaps, foster inclusivity, and drive growth. And with us to further buttress that, we have great innovators amongst us here who are ready, to wow you with their pitches and what they are building to shape the future of technology. And I'm sure that we are all anticipating to see and hear what they're all doing and support them as, as they go along in this course. And like I said, we'll discuss how technology can bridge gaps, foster inclusivity, and drive growth. So I want to urge us to ignite conversations as we get started, spark ideas, and create meaningful connections. You know, we're not just here, we're here. The key thing we're also doing here is, like we're saying, we're talking about communication. It doesn't just end with what we're doing with technology. It also starts and begins with, you know, fostering that community, networking, and ensuring that we are all carried along with this project and encouraging one another. So as we go along within the next few hours today, I want to encourage us once again, you know, to ignite these conversations, to spark these ideas, and to create, most importantly, meaningful connections. So let's work together to elevate the future of communications technology. And once again, thank you for being here. We hope you have a good one.
Please, another round of applause for her. I know some people think it's easy to stand and talk, but please celebrate people who try to do that. Thank you so much, Cecilia, for that one. So please, let's work together. I mean, when she spoke, she said something about working together. So let's work together. When we invite a speaker or a panelist up here, please, let's just do well to, you know, celebrate them, jam our hands together, whatever expression you want to use, but just ensure you can be a siren, you can scream. It's even okay to faint. You know, when you see celebrities, you faint, someone close to you will get water and pour on you and all that. We're all good. All right, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we'll just jump right into the next item on our agenda, and I want to invite our first keynote speaker, a person of Uwem Ekanem, the VP Marketing, Bankley. There's a video to introduce him, please. Thank you so much. All right, I will just do the introduction. I thought there was a voice in there. With over 12 years of experience in growth marketing, brand communication, and corporate consulting, Uwem Ekanem is a seasoned expert in leveraging multi-channel marketing strategies. Currently leading marketing at Bankley, Uwem will... All right, let's do that again. Let's start from, because we were waiting.
Uwem has worked broadly in growth marketing, brand communication, and corporate consulting roles for global and local companies across Africa. He leverages this experience to help launch new companies in the market or scale existing ones by developing and managing their brand assets, acquiring the right customers for their products, and helping them grow efficiently. He has a strong knowledge of multi-channel marketing, including all channels that can be used to drive a company's awareness, acquisition, engagement, and retention goals. His major experience is in creating strategies that are driven by data and collaborating with cross-functional teams to drive a company's short and long-term business goals. He has a strong record of improving brands, delivering incremental growth, establishing stronger brand relationships with customers, optimizing budgets, and improving processes, both as a leader and expert consultant. He currently leads growth and marketing at Bankley, where he works with his team to drive the company's user acquisition and customer retention goals. Please give a warm welcome to Uwem.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Uwem, please. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. Wow, I expected a warmer welcome. Please, make the welcome warmer. It's a bit cold. Huh? Thank you. Okay, so my name is Uwem. First of all, I would like to thank the TMI team for putting this event together. I think for all of you who have managed to come here, I expected the hall would be fuller, but maybe some more people are coming. I expect that you will get something meaningful out of this program today. I want to also thank them for inviting me I think the only beef I have with them is that they gave me 10 minutes to speak. When they told me, I said, what am I going to say in 10 minutes? But I promised them that I will try. So I apologize in advance if you feel like I don't have enough to say at the end of the day. Okay, so today I just want to spend the next 9 minutes now to talk to you about this. Driving business growth through valuable communication. The key word here is valuable communication. And there's a reason why I chose to talk about this. It's because in the course of my career, working with different companies, and even in consulting, I have identified this problem, which is the mismatch between communication and business expectations. So what this means is most companies or businesses have some sort of communication team, but there's usually a mismatch between what that team does and the results that the business expects to get. So you hear things like, I need to see more, like this team is not doing enough, I need to see more, I need to see what my money is paying for. Or the one that even annoys me, marketing is always spending money. That's all they do. The reason why they say that is because they find it difficult to trace what you are doing in communication to the actual business goals. And so that led me to this statement. Next slide, please. See, this is why I like to control my own slides. So now I have to depend on the technical team. Please, let's move to the next slide. Okay, maybe I will just move on. So the problem led me to this statement, that what you give is not valuable except the person receiving it considers it valuable. I'll read that again. What you give is not valuable except the person receiving it considers it valuable. And I will illustrate this with a simple example that we can all relate to. So let's say it's my birthday. Please, let's move to the next slide. Let's say it's my birthday, and this is what I want. I want to go to like a nice lounge, maybe with my wife, just get a nice cocktail, some fries on the side, some chicken wings. This will probably cost me maybe 50K max. But then I have a friend in Yankee who says, it's Uwem's birthday. I want to give him a special, unique gift. You know, something that would just wow him. And then my friend sends me, next slide please. My friend sends me this. So, please go back to the previous slide. Yeah, so he sends me this. Now this is the Balenciaga special limited edition sneakers. But just imagine me wearing these sneakers and showing up here now. People will chase me away, Abi. You would think like I'm a madman. The only way I wear this is if you are casting me to play a madman's role in Nollywood Epic. But in his mind, he's thinking, wow, unique gift. If you convert the cost of this, about 2.7 million naira. Meanwhile, what I really need for my birthday is going to cost 50K. Is the gift unique? Of course it's unique. Is it expensive? Very expensive. But is it valuable to me? No. Because I will never wear it. Now, this example is exactly what happens in a lot of businesses. This is the mismatch I was talking about. Communication teams do a lot of work. I can tell you that even a simple SMS that you get, I'm sure all of us get SMS from different companies, even Glo. It's not just that somebody just wakes up and then types something and sends. There's a lot that goes into one SMS message going out. Sometimes the whole team has to review it. Is it communicating the right thing? Is it the right tone? is this message valuable to this customer I'm sending this to? But all this work is going to be in vain if the business does not see value in it. So I want to spend time and just tell you guys about 3 things that you can do to correct this mismatch. Next slide, please. The first thing to do is to start with a North Star goal. Now, what's a North Star goal? Your North Star goal is your be-all goal for the company. It's like, this year, this is what we want to achieve. Whatever we do in this company has to lead to this one thing. I'll give you a few examples. An example of a North Star goal could be a company saying, this year we want to earn 100 million naira in revenue. It could be, say something like, oh, we want to add 20,000 new customers this year. Or we want to expand into 5 new cities this year. Now, what that means is every unit in the company takes that North Star goal, and then they figure out, what am I going to do in my department to contribute to that goal? So the product team, the tech team, the operations team, the marketing team, the communication team takes that goal and says, okay, this is what we are going to do to help the company achieve this goal. If you don't have this goal as a business, create it. If you work in communications and you don't know what the North Star goal is, ask for it. It is usually a business goal, right? Now, once you've gotten this, for the purpose of this conversation, I'm going to use the North Star goal of, say, generating 100 million naira in revenue. So I've gotten that North Star goal, and I'm in communications. So what do I do next? Next slide. So I will now use that North Star goal and then set my communication goals. Communication, for the most part, tries to achieve 3 things: awareness, acquisition, and retention. So for this example, I have now sat with my team and said, okay, how are we going to use awareness to drive the North Star goal of achieving 100 million naira in revenue? How are we going to use acquisition and retention to achieve this? Let's take awareness. We're going to tell customers about new products and features. An example is this. So at Bankly, we recently launched a product feature for contributions, for group contributions, like Ajo or Isusu or whatever you call it. Because we saw the need in the market. People were getting scammed. You know, you contribute money with someone, the person carries your money and just goes somewhere to have fun. So we created a product for that, where people can contribute transparently and conveniently, and even earn interest with their contributions. But if we don't tell customers about this, so maybe we have old customers who know about all the other products and features we have, but they don't know about this new one. So we have to create awareness and tell them, oh, by the way, you can now do this on the Bankly app. Another example is, maybe we have an already existing product, but we've added a new feature. An example is our bill payment product, so people could pay bills. But recently, we're like, let's add a feature where people get reminders for their bill payments. So if you know that you'll be paying your bills at a certain time in the month, once that time is drawing close, we send you a reminder. That's not a new feature, but we've made it better. So maybe there were certain customers that were not using that bill payment before, but now, because they can be reminded, that intrigues them. We notify customers about that. Now, but what channels are we going to use? This is where TMI comes in. So we could say, okay, we'll use emails so we can reach all our customers. We already collect emails, right? We will do SMS, and we can even do outbound calls where we are just calling the customers and saying, oh, are you aware of this? Are you aware of that? Awareness, right? Now you go to acquisition. How can you use communication to drive acquisitions? One way is cold emails. So you already have like a list of emails. You got it from somewhere, or maybe like from events like this, you've been generating leads. you now want to see how you can acquire these customers to your platform. You send cold emails to them. The other one is to convert leads that are stuck in the funnel. This is very applicable to app-based products, and I'll use Bankly as an example. So we realized at some point that it wasn't enough for us to spend money to bring customers into the funnel. A lot of them got stuck. And they got stuck for different reasons. Sometimes they get to a point where you're asking them for their BVN and they hold back because CBN had said, don't share your BVN numbers with people. Or they get to a point where you're asking them to do the selfie thing so you can verify their identity. And they're like, no, I don't know what they're going to use this information for. So you find out that out of 10 people that start the registration process, maybe only 3 or 4 get to complete that registration and create an account. That's where communication comes in. So you have these people's number, you have their email, you reach out to them immediately. Via emails, outbound calls, SMS, or even WhatsApp. In the SMS, you can say, if you're having any issues, can you reach out to us via our WhatsApp line so we can help you, get across this line. And we've had a ton of success. Because sometimes people don't understand why you're asking them for certain information. So when you call them and say, we noticed that you did not give your BVN. This is why we need your BVN. Just so we can validate your identity. And they're like, okay, that's it. They feel more comfortable. And then they go back and complete that process, right? Retention. Now, this is another aspect that is really, really important. You have customers already. But how do you get them to do more with your product? Again, using Bankly, there are 2 sets of people we target when we try to improve our retention rates. One, customers who we've seen have not been active for a while. So we just noticed this person has not done anything for the past 30 days, or 60 days, or 90 days. But they use the app frequently, maybe throughout last year. What's going on? You reach out to them to get them to be active again by maybe offering them an incentive, offering them something, or even just understanding from them why they are inactive. The second thing is to cross-sell new products to them. So you can notice that, like in our case, certain people really use us for transfers a lot, but they don't use us to pay bills. And you're like, but we offer 2% cash back now. Like every bill you pay with Bankly, we give you 2% back. So that means 2% off your DSTV, 2% off data, 2% off airtime. Why are they not paying bills? We identify those customers. We're not sending this message to everybody. Only customers that fall in that bucket. And then we send communications to them. Say, by the way, are you aware that you can get 2% cash back if you use our bill pay product? And then we have results. And also, again, these are the different channels you can use. I would have loved to go deeper into the channels to show you how you can experiment with different channels, optimize these channels to make them more effective for you. Over time, as you use a combination of these channels, you will know which one works for you best. Let's say, for example, you engage 100 customers. You start with emails. After you send the email, maybe 2 emails to 100 customers, you see that 20 of them have now converted. You change the channel. You now start sending SMS to the remaining 80. You now see that out of the 80 that were remaining, 40 have now converted. What does that tell you? That SMS is more effective than emails when it comes to reaching those particular sets of customers. That this is something that you learn over time. You will not know it when you're starting because you just have these different channels. But as you continue to explore and experiment with the channels, over time you will know what works best. So this is the second thing you do. The first thing is have a North Star goal. Then second thing is, as a communications person, or even if you're a business leader, you ask your communication team, how are they going to help you drive this North Star goal? And this is what they do. So they break it down into different goals, awareness, acquisition, retention, or whatever goals, and then how they're going to do it, right? Now, last thing. Next slide, please. The last thing to do is to track and report on impact. A wise man told me once that doing the work is only 50% of the job. Talking about it is the other 50%. So no matter what you do, if you're not able to show the impact of the work you're doing, you're always going to get pushback, like you're not doing enough, or like, where's my money going? People have been doing this campaign since, we are not seeing any effect on the business. And typically, a lot of comms people report things like open rates. They say, oh, we send the emails to 1,000 people, and we had a 50% open rate, and that's where the report stops. Or you see things like, we were able to create brand awareness to 1,000 customers. How are you measuring that? How are you tracking that in a way that is valuable to the business? This is how you do it. It's a simple report. So we said we're going to create awareness about products. How many customers did we reach? Well, we have 200,000 customers. We sent emails and SMS to all of them about this new product. Out of those people, how many of them tried that new product? 80,000, so that's a 40% conversion rate. By them trying that product, that new product, how much did they spend? How much revenue came into the business? You can account for it. Same thing with acquisition. Oh, before we started doing this, we used to have a conversion rate of 30%, which means if 10 people started creating an account, only 3 of them will succeed or will end up creating an account at the end of the day. But since we started these campaigns, that has moved to about 50%. We've been able to convert 21,000 additional people who, without this campaign, would have been stuck in the funnel and they would never have become our customers. And by them becoming our customers, we've followed their trail and we've seen that they've been doing transactions and this is how much they've contributed, right? Retention, same thing. Oh, we had people before that were not paying bills, but now they are paying bills. Let me leave tech. Let me use like a regular retail product. Let's say you own a confectionery, you've been selling bread, right? And now we've added maybe cupcakes or muffin or donuts. But you don't want people that buy bread to also buy these other things, right? You're cross-selling those products, the new products to them. You can report and say, oh, we've been able to drive better customer loyalty by cross-selling our donut products, our muffin products to people who only knew us for cake. And by doing that, we've been able to generate additional 12 million in revenue. If you go back to the business and report this, do you think they will be saying that communication is not doing anything? They won't. Now, this leads back directly to the North Star. You remember the North Star was, we want to get 100 million naira in revenue. The company did not say that communication should bring this number, this money. It's just, what is the role of communication in achieving this revenue drive that we're going for as a business? And by doing this, you can show. It doesn't mean you achieve fantastic. Sometimes you do the campaign and you see 5% conversion rates, 2% conversion rate. It doesn't matter. The fact is that you have been able to show that the money is not wasted, that you've been intentional and strategic about your efforts in helping the company achieve its North Star goal, and you've been able to generate this additional revenue. Do those 3 things, and you'll be a better business person. You will see better results with communication. You value communication even more. And as a communications person, it will make your job a lot easier. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. Please, where are the camera guys before he leaves? We just want him to take a picture here before maybe 1 or 2 members of the team can also join him. Let's do that quickly. Sorry, sir, let's just take your picture, Please, I need members of the team or someone in management to come on board. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Let's just do that quickly so that we can have that on. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I think this is better. Yes. Yes, let it. Yes, the light is better there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. All right. So I would want us to do something quickly. We have a panel session that we'll be going into shortly. But before that, let's check out some brilliant people in the building. We have some riddles. I want us to answer some questions. So I think I have some gifts, some packages for. Do I? Someone is agreeing there. So we'll just ask some questions. Let's see how brilliant or how we can remember these things. Question number 1. Are we ready? I like that. Are we ready? Let's do something fun, small, If you're running in a race and you pass the person in second place, what place are you in? First, second. Please, a round of applause for her. A round of applause for her. You didn't answer. You don't want to clap. Question number 2. Are we ready? What has one eye but can't see? Boom, 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 boom. Someone said the camera. Eye. What has one eye but can't see? A needle. We have a brilliant, A, those students that are usually, they are A students. Please, a round of applause for him. A needle. The answer is a needle. I'm acting like I know these things. I have the answers here. So we're good. All right, the next question. Let me ask. Okay, the next question. If you've got me, you want to share me. If you share me, you haven't kept me. What am I? I'll read that again. If you've got me, you want to share me. If you share me, you haven't kept me. Wow. Yeah, A students in the building. Please, a round of applause for her. A secret. What invention lets you look right through a wall? What invention lets you look right through a wall? Sorry? A what? Who is answering? Let's know the A students in the building. So we have a lot of A students here. What's going on? Please, a round of applause. A window. Okay, one more question before we move to our panel session. I'm found in socks, scarves, and mittens, and often in the paws of playful kittens. What am I? This one is not a Nigerian question. I doubt that. Sir? No, that's not the answer. Should we? Do we have A students who have gone abroad? Sir? Wool is not wool. It's not. Are you sure that's not ChatGPT? Are you? Please, a round of applause for her. Amazing. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for yourselves for doing that one. I am sure we have more questions, and very soon we will definitely look at answering them. All right, let's just go to the next session, a panel session. All right, for some reason, I can't find my... So I will just invite Nee. It is good I remember his name. He will be the one to invite his panelists, but he'll be moderating this particular session. And he will do the introduction of that session. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause for... Don't worry, we are in this together. If you need help, I'll send some your way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for yourselves. All right. Good morning, Lagos, Nigeria. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to the panel session of Elevate 3.0. The topic before us today is Communication Champions, Powering Business Success. So without much ado, I would invite to, just a moment, to the seat, Babajide Duroshola. He joined M-Copper, Nigeria, as the general manager in July 2021. Prior to M-Copper, he was the country director at Safe Border, Nigeria, where he was responsible for the overall growth of the business. He is a business management executive with extensive expertise in startups, technology, banking, and consulting. With over 10 years of extensive transnational experience across roles, he has developed comprehensive competence in business operations and management. Please make welcome Babajide Duroshola. Thank you. Thank you.
Babajide Duroshola joined M-Copper Nigeria as a general manager in July 2021.
Okay.
Prior to M-Copper, he was the country director at Safe Border Nigeria, where he was responsible for
The next person that I will be calling here is, he works as the CTO at Bento. That's Wolede. Wolede, please, to the seat. Thank you.
Lede is a product-focused technology leader and minimalist who loves to code, design, and manage talent with over 8 years of professional experience in the tech industry.
The next person, without wasting much of our time, is the general manager at Temai. He's a friend of the house. He needs no other introduction. His name is Olajuwon Abayomi. We call him Jema. You're welcome. All right, and the best of them all, we must make them, they are special actually because of the agenda. She's currently the CMO, that's the Chief Marketing Officer of Render Africa. Her name is Toyin Adebekpa. Adebekpa. Thank you. A round of applause, please.
Toyin is an experienced marketing and communications professional with over 15 years integrated marketing.
All right, I need no introduction. My name is Adeni Yolopo, and you can feel free to just call me Nii. So I just want to confirm, do you have your mics there? All right. Thank you. All right. In the introduction earlier, we had said that our topic today is communication champions. They are communication champions, powering business success. So just to start, I will start from Babajide right there. We want to know you. We want to know what you do at M-Copper. I know you're a Twitter person. Don't worry, I've been following you quite a while. We want to know what you do at M-Copper and how communication is important to what you do. So we want to know, if they take you off as the general manager of M-Copper, how important is your role right now? So that's where we go.
All right. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so I oversee M-Copper's business in Nigeria, which means like everything from, you know, the business goals, objectives, the execution of those goals, you know, the achievement and the reporting back of those achievements. And so those are the things that like I do and oversee from a day-to-day perspective. How important is it for you to communicate? So let me put it like this. I do run a structure that is like a pyramid. So Interestingly, I have 4 people that report to me, and those 4 people have multiple people that report to them, and then those multiple people have multiple people reporting to them, and then those multiple people reporting to those multiple people that they have to them have multiple agents reporting to them. So in a given month, whatever information I give out actually gets to about 3,500 people. Imagine if you give the wrong information. Think about the ripple effect on those 3,500 people. And so that's why communication is very important, because if I'm saying the shirt is black, everybody must understand that that shirt is black. It's not navy blue, it's not off-white, it's not charcoal black, it is black. And so being crystal clear in communication, and that's why I don't like buzzwords, I don't like big grammar. In fact, when I was reading the Bible, I'm like, what's all this?
I can attest when I see your tweet on X.
I don't like it. I just think things should be simple so that there is no reason to misconstrue, there is no reason for you to, pass the wrong information or come back to say, oh, that's not what I was trying to say. Here's what I was trying to say. So it's very important for communication to happen and for the sender and the receiver to actually, get the same message.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. And great work you do at M-Copper, by the way. Your latest milestones are mind-blowing. Well done. Okay, lady right? Yes. Lady right? So that I can be sure that I'm using the right one.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Right. It's actually Oluwawolede.
Oluwawolede.
Yes.
So the lady. Yes, I want to be sure that I'm pronouncing it well. Okay, so over to you.
Yeah, Oluwawolede Adeniyi. I am the CTO of Bento Africa. And what that basically means is I manage everything engineering within the company. And that cuts across products, design, front-end, back-end, DevOps, and the mobile team as well, including customer support. And communication is important because I think of my role as, if you think of an orchestra, you can have the most talented people that play all sorts of musical instruments, but there is always that conductor that sets the tone of the tempo of how everything is going to play. If that conductor is not there, they can mess up their cues, and the music that they are trying to create will not be as beautiful as it should be. So I think communication should be something that is intentional. Just like he said, there's a pyramid where you have a few people reporting to you and some more people reporting to them. It's important to communicate your goals effectively and also make sure that the people reporting to you also know how to communicate their goals down. And you also have to listen to what people say, which means communication goes down and it also comes up. Right?
Top, bottom, and bottom.
Yeah. And myself also, I manage up and I manage down as well. So yeah.
Thank you. I like the way you liken communication to an orchestra. Quite interesting. Over to you, J-Man. Forgive me, I'm calling him J-Man. I'm too used to that.
Hi, good morning, everyone, once again. All right. So, General Manager at Temai, I would say my responsibilities are very similar to Babajide's. Manage the vast business at Temai Group. And for me, I think the side of communication I was looking to just, emphasize that I feel is also very important, queuing right up behind, my pals here, that aligning with everything they've said is also thanking people, those that I work with, appreciating them for the work done, giving them encouragement, So my background is sales, so I'm very sale-oriented, and when I say that, you know that coming with a sale personality is achieving goals, and that comes also with some level of pressure, that you apply. But I think a lot of times I like to take a step back, and just tell the team thank you, because I believe as part of communication, it's also very important for them to know that you appreciate the effort, you appreciate, all the energy they are putting in to achieve the business goal. So while you set the tone, while you manage the ups and the downs, another side of communication that is very crucial that helps the morale of the team is them being able to have that sense of appreciation from you. I would also say that another side of communication, that is also something I value a lot in my working relationship is also having, I would say, an off-work friendly disposition with team members. There is that face you keep, when work is going on. And then there is also that side of you that team members need to be related with. It creates a very crucial balance, such that when you are stern or when you are firm, they are looking at you from a robust and holistic understanding of your personality. They've seen you when you are not in that work mode. So they know that for you to be coming this way, it's because something needs to be done. And I think that's also another side of communication that I feel, is very, very important that I employ, in my daily responsibilities.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Tui Dekwigba. I work with Render Africa. Render is a technology platform that, aggregates and provides access to the end-to-end fulfillment infrastructure that businesses need to fulfill their orders and distribute goods across Africa. That's why communication is important, right? So I needed to let you understand where I'm coming from. And I lead the marketing efforts at Render, and that covers digital marketing, covers product marketing, covers corporate comms, covers social media management. But by and large, I would say why communication is very important to businesses is the fact that communication actually helps you establish your value proposition as a business, what it is that you do, why are you in business from a communication standpoint. This is very key because in terms of culture at your organization, if your team members don't understand the goal of the business, there's bound to be confusion. So as a communication specialist in an environment, in a business environment, it's very, very important that you establish the goal of the business and your positioning. What is it that you do? What's the value that you add to the people that you serve? Such that you can actually take your team along, your team can tag along with that goal, and there's clarity also in terms of the expectations for your role. What exactly are you in, why are you in that role? What are you supposed to achieve? And I think by and large, the more we communicate this with our team members, the more we are keen on achievement of our goals. Otherwise, people will be confused and there will be no clarity as to the direction of the business. Thank you.
Thank you, Toyin. So I would start there from your last set of comments that you made. How do you find that balance between your digital strategy, that's the modern one, the one previously, the traditional? How do you find that balance and looking towards your company goals, vision, and mission? How do you strike that balance in terms of communication?
Okay, so I think first thing first, you need to understand your target customers, what it is that your understanding of the profile of your customer would help you decide on the channel that you want to use in communicating with them. But by and large, same strategy applies. Regardless of the channel that you want to use to communicate, the most important thing is to understand the strategy for your business, and then you can distill that communication across every platform. So there's unity and there's consistency in brand communication. There's no confusion on one platform or the other, and that's why we're here.
Okay, so I would go to the operational guys within us, that's the GMs, before I now go to Lady. Within your team, when there's some sort of operation that needs to go on, your team must be communicated to clearly. You have said that previously. In cases where you have people who do not quite understand how you pass the message across, how do you ensure that they are carried along, and what sort of methods do you use as a leader to ensure that they are carried along for that kind of detail that is given to them, any brief given to them?
Okay, so Let me take this first. You see, in every organization, you're built into buckets. So there's the vision center, which all they do is set the goal, set the tone, set the KPIs, so that is the center that sets it. So that's where your CEO sits, all those things. There's the strategic center, which is just below the vision center that takes that vision and turn them into strategies or tactics or whatever you might call it. I would rather call it strategies too. So that's where you have your general managers sit. You then now have your execution center, which is the guys who take those strategies and turn them to work outputs. And work outputs is, if we say we need to grow user base, for instance, by 1 million. So the overall goal of the organization is maybe to be a Pan-African company. Then what does Pan-African company mean? It means, maybe 300,000 users in Kenya, 200,000 in Ghana, this 1,000 in Nigeria, that 1,000 in Uganda. So at that point in time, each person will start to think about the strategies to get that. Then at the point of execution, then those managers who are responsible for executing it, then now start to use the different tactics to get that number in. So you see how that is cascaded down. The first and most important thing is, when you are in the strategy layer, you never allow people walk out of the room without getting to a point of shared understanding. So it is very, very important. I tell people and I say, my team spends 10% of the time executing. So 10%, and I'm sure everybody's wondering, okay, if you are doing 10% of the time, what's happening 90% of the time? It's understanding the problem. Yeah. And it's understanding what Babajide is saying, understanding what the organization wants, understanding what our customers want, understanding what our investors want, understanding what... So it's a 360 review of who are all the stakeholders against those visions that were set by the C-level guys. And how do we get everybody to that point of understanding? And I really like using this thing because my team, they know, once they talk about it, they'll just say, Babajide, shared understanding. That's just it. Because you need to understand that if it is black, it is black. It's not charcoal black. It's not gray black. It's not deep black. It is not, because what starts to happen when it's charcoal black? Yeah, I only wear black. I only wear black. But what happens at that point is, if you don't get to that understanding that it is black, people will start to take that black and add their own prefix and suffix to it. You just want black. I don't want charcoal. I don't want burgundy. I don't want anything. I just want that specific thing. So you spend 90% of the time getting everybody to that point of shared understanding. And how you know when they've gotten to that shared understanding is people start to finish your own thought process before you are even done with it. So when you are in it, you can tell that there is a level of sync. What now happens when you get to that level of sync is, if there is a department that is moving in a different direction, they quickly call it out. So you see, what kills a lot of organizations is many people moving in directions that are not, in line with where the organization wants to go. So someone has their own metrics and they care about their metrics more than the business winning at the end of the day. So example is like a fraud team. So instead of your own aim is just to catch people. You are not thinking about what is causing the lapses in this process that people are exploiting. Yours is that let the lapse be there so that I'm catching people. You are not thinking to the point where you become anti-fraud, rather you are police. So these are the things that affect organizations. So you can't work on my team and not get to that point of shared understanding. If we don't understand it, we'll all die there.
Shared understanding. Yeah. Thank you, Babajide. So, J-Man, you might want to just...
Really, Babajide's his approach, I really love it, and I totally agree. That if as a team we don't have shared understanding, really, we won't go very far. We'll just keep, coming back, right? So I think I'm going to come from another angle, not looking at maybe necessarily business objective. I just want to look at, everything we do as an organization ties up to our business goals, right? But sometimes some activities look as if it is not as important as the other. I'll give an example. Sometime this year, we began to do some upgrade to our security certification, and our CTO had, sent out an advice to everyone. We have a partner we're working with, and we're all supposed to, accept policies, right? And quite a number of people got on, but typical of every organization, there were some outliers, right? And in such scenarios, I had engagement with one or two, when CTO reached out to me to say, hey, this person has not done this. We need to have, this conversation with them for them. They need to understand how important this is, even though he had communicated it. And while I was having a conversation with a person and I heard his reasons, I was tempted to say, I really don't understand, what this feedback is. But, I just played along, right? And looked for a way to get his soft spot to get him to do it.
The goal is just do it.
Exactly. So sometimes, because that goal didn't seem like that, so case in point, that person is a business person. So there is a way his priority is business, making sales. So when he sees some other, thing that looks like not as important, he feels that it can make it, of less priority. So you need to be able to, bring that person in, and let them also understand how important this also is. To say, even if you close these deals, if we are lacking in this security certification, you can lose that client. So that also helps to bring a lot of buy-in. So yes, there can be that one united understanding, but sometimes as human beings, we have our sentiments and biases that can come into seemingly not important, scenarios, and you just have to be able to reel everybody in. And I found out that even as a leader, you also have to be able to stoop low, right? To be able to listen, and take the fall, But the most important thing is we achieve the goal. And at the end of the day, once you achieve that goal, everyone is happy for it.
Thank you, Juwon. Thank you so much. So, Lady, I would come to you, but I just want to prepare Tony for my next question. I tried doing some search on you, but it seems you are not very active on social media platform for a very strange reason. I don't know. But I know that he's a Twitter guy. He has been away from the gym for 1 month, but he's back now. Stuff like that. So, okay, so you are part of people that just view. Okay, private, okay. Because I've sent you a request for over 2 weeks now. You have not on IG. Yes, that's what I need to do to be here on IG. Okay, so my next question would be for you. While I ask Lady the question, is in crisis management when they drag your brand, because it happens, right? They would drag you by Twitter. You get it. They will drag you. So how do you manage that kind of situation to make sure that your company still stands intact, right? So just ruminate on the question while I will ask Lady. Now, CTO, dear CTO, there are a lot of times when a product needs to launch, and you have developers that are not enough. You have guys that are complaining that we are overwhelmed. The technology department, infrastructure, they are always overwhelmed. There's never a time when they are free. You are hearing that they are sleeping overnight at the office. It now makes business people like us look like, are we not working at all? Right? So how do you manage burnout within your team? How do you communicate clear goals that this needs to be churned out in the next 7 days and ensure you meet it up? This next upgrade on your app, how do you ensure that it is met, your team is not burnt out, and they are happy with you as the CTO?
Hello? Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you for that question. To be honest, I think ownership is the most important thing for any engineering team, right? As you said, there's that perception that there's always burnout, people are always working overnight, this and that. I think for you to get your engineers to go above and beyond for you, they need to be able to take ownership. And how do you establish ownership within your team? There's a joke I like to make. There's a couple of strategies you can use. There's something called Oga-driven development, which is like, I will just come and say, oh, this is what we're building. And you do this, you do that, you do that, and everybody goes ahead and builds it. Or research-driven development, or intuition-driven development. But all in all, I like to ask questions and have conversations with my team. And if there's anything that needs to be built, I like to give them as much context as possible. I like to get them to see the business goals, that if we do this and if we can meet this deadline, this is the outcome. This is what's going to happen for the company, right? So that gets them to care about the outcome. It's not just about, oh, you have to build this for building's sake. They have to understand, and you have to also give them the freedom to be creative, right? So you trust your team to build, but you also verify what they are building and make sure that they are building the right things. So that's how I'll go about it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So over to you, Tony. How do you manage dragging? Yes.
I was going to add to that. So I think by and large, how to actually engage your team to have ownership, right? Yeah. Without necessarily dragging people. I was going to add to what he said about leadership. I think it's about situational leadership. When you have team members, people are different, and then you need to address each team member as regards their peculiar situation. So, for example, you have a team member. I mean, I'm very keen on hiring people that are, they are driven. They are very, very driven. You see them wanting to go somewhere. You see them as, very driven people that have ambitions. At the same time, you may be in a situation where you have to work with people who are very docile and they don't see the need why they need to push. So how do you encourage people like that? Or how do you bring them up to speed? I think it's about identifying their unique personalities and their weaknesses and addressing them, or what's the word to use now? Solving that, the way you approaching them according to. So for example, he talked about coaching, about encouraging someone. Some people don't need coaching. It depends on the personality. Some people are not motivated. Some people are disgruntled. And for people like that, what you need for people like that is coaching, because they need to see beyond where they currently are. It's about adding value that will be sustainable for their career. For some people, they are very driven, but they probably don't have the confidence. How do you ensure that, you give them that confidence to, be creative and do whatever they want to do without necessarily looking at, my boss has to approve it, So you need to just look at different situations. Some people probably have the confidence, or they don't have the skill set. How do you encourage that person to actually get the skill set they need to actually perform? So by and large, it's about understanding the unique need of each of your team members and approaching them individually. I mean, people don't like when you give feedback across board, so it needs to be personal, and the person feels valued. That's what I think.
Okay. You now address that part of dragging.
Dragging. Okay, so dragging a team member. So by and large, it's about
generally within, outside.
Outside. Okay, that's my question for the next question.
Yes,
I thought we were referring to this.
Question, yes.
Okay, so crisis management, right?
Yes, crisis management.
So I would say that to prevent that, I'll talk about the situation that I had, but to prevent that, it's important that you as the process owner, you guide against such things. For example, maybe under your social media management policy, it's expected that every team member, every staff member that wears your t-shirt in and out around of the office, there's a way they conduct themselves when they're outside of the office. You don't wear the branded t-shirt and you go to a bar and you start making a scene, and it can come back to the agency or come back to the business. So you need to ensure that policy goes around the organization such that everybody's aligned on that direction. But then it can happen, notwithstanding. How do you ensure? I mean, I had a situation like that, my last place of employment, and it was even an unrelated issue with a lady who had some sexual allegation with his staff member who was no longer our staff, and she kept mentioning the name of the organization in her tweets. She kept mentioning that also person works at so place. and this person is a videophile and is this and all that. So initially, what we did as a business was to look at it to say, okay, first and foremost, this person is not even our staff anymore. How do we address that? We had to, receive all the feedback. But when you are responding as an organization, your press statement, you need to establish the fact that, you acknowledge what has happened. You need to show empathy such that you are not so brash. You need to show empathy and let them know that, this person is no longer your staff. But in the case when the person is your staff, you probably just advise them to address this to the rightful authorities that can solve this, but you are looking into it as a business because you also don't want to take sides with a female staff, a female gender, or a male gender. So you need to create a balance such that it shows that you are empathetic towards the situation, and you probably will look into it if the staff is still yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I know Babajide will want to say one or two to that.
Why? Because they've dragged me a lot.
Yes, now I've seen it now. A lot. A lot.
So, she's very right. There are social media policies around certain things and the way you act, the way you like. And if you've noticed, you see, even when I put things that people don't necessarily agree to, I never go in to insult anyone. Because the worst thing that you can ever happen or want to happen to you is saying general manager of Copa being vocal to someone. So I don't say you are stupid or your head is not correct. Even if I'm thinking it, I probably would not say it. And then you find nicer ways to kind of do that. One thing that I think a lot of organizations need to also learn to do is separate the individual from the company. We've seen so many times that the founder's voice in many startups is so powerful that they are just a mirror of the. So you look at the Temai logo, nobody sees Gbadegbo's image or name or face as that logo. But there are some that the brand is so attached to the founder that any small thing, then it just affects that brand negatively. Typically, the first thing I'll do is I'll say, you know what, in any point of crisis, you need to hire a crisis management company. You don't have the expertise. My expertise is making money. It is profit and loss. It is scale. It is all those things. It is not brand building, image laundering, image protection, whatever you might call it. So at that time when there is a situation like that, you hire a company. In fact, we have a PR company, and they're always on top of those things like that, because when you have an organization of 2,000 people, of course someone is going to definitely do something, and you want to be able to get ahead of it. And in the messaging, you see the message is always consistent. There is that first show of empathy to the aggrieved party to say, you know what, how you are feeling is valid. Doesn't necessarily mean it's right. It is valid. And so we acknowledge the validity of that feeling that you have. We would, as an organization, look into it. And if it's a thing whereby, there is something where we can address through policies or through trainings, all those things, we would do it. But then if it is something that, it is outside our jurisdiction. Because what has started happening now is so much hating of people, whereby someone can just come out and say something against you, unfounded. That is not true. And you don't want to find yourself going all the nayard to find out that the allegation is not correct. Or you see situations whereby someone will say something about their own personal view, and you see people who go and start tagging their employers to say, look at your employee. And you have some employers too who say, we'll look into the matter on something that is not your business, on something that is their personal view. It's almost like if someone says, I'm a Christian, I'm a man of faith, and I believe in miracles, and if a pastor lays my hand on you, and someone who is an atheist comes and says, can you imagine? So this person believes in miracles. Imagine he's putting all your business decisions in a deity or a power.
I understand.
You don't want that. So you want to be very, very careful.
Or your investors are calling you to see what's going on Twitter.
Yeah. It's all those things. Your investors are calling you. We've seen situations, what are the ones that they show up in the national dailies, that one is, you are talking investors, your bankers, everybody, they are calling you and they're like, what is going on? You need to manage this. Like I would always say, get a PR company. They exist for a reason. If there was no reason for people to behave foolishly,
they won't be.
Those companies will not be in business. But we thank God for people's stupidity.
Okay. Quite interesting conversation. So I will stay on you and very quickly.
Let me add to that. So in a situation where you have internal comms and you don't have like an agency that you hire to do that, I think the ideal thing to do, or I know the ideal thing to do, is to actually do crisis planning. So you envisage that those things will happen, and the proper way to do that is to have templates ready for situations when you have sexual allegation. This is the response when you have, so such that after 24 hours you are not waiting for the PR agency, or the audience is waiting for you to respond and you have not responded. So you need to have templates in place for situations like this is how we respond. So what you need just to at that point is to plug and play. You already have those documentations done.
Because agencies can take forever sometimes.
Exactly, and it's been 24 hours you've not responded.
Okay, so I would go this way again, because I know that I've read your article on the Business House. I've also read your latest interview, Bella Naija, where you were speaking about Father's Day and co. So you see that I follow you around. So I follow people I want to speak to around. So what are some hobbies that you do that you have communicated to your team? There are some people, there are some bosses that I've worked with that will tell you, don't call me before 9, I'm at the gym, don't call me. So what are some, I know that you like working after 9 p.m. also, right? Yes, I did a lot of research. Yeah. So what are some clear communication to your team that, you know what, call me so time. So I'm just prying into your hobbies. What are some things you enjoy doing that your team knows that, no, don't come to Babajide for this. He would not attend to you right now.
Well, first of all, I started off in HR. So I have an open policy, which is I'm accessible provided I'm awake. In fact, there was a time I went on a holiday and, things were burning. Something had happened in the office and things were burning. And like my 3 strongest collaborators at that point in time were like, oh, you know what? Okay, we need Babajide's input. And they were sending me messages. So I was responding to them to say, I know it is burning, but I'm riding camel now. So don't worry, if it burns to the ground, we will build it back up. And it was just giving them that because I was on holiday and I'm not supposed to take that holiday time away. But what I realized with people is that acknowledgement. Is the fact that even if you're not coming up with the solution, you're acknowledging that you've heard what they've said, you're acknowledging that what they're saying is valid, and you're acknowledging that, you know what, I'm going to get back to you at a certain time frame. So there is no rigid room for, and I like what you said about managing people. With my direct reports, I don't manage them the same way. So I customize my management style to the direct report and to what brings the best relationship out of that. So I have a direct report that I have a structured one-on-one with, and we keep it at that one-on-one, because if you open up the door to that person, they will fill your entire day with their problems and conversations. So you want to keep it one-on-one with them. I have a direct report that we don't have one-on-one, but every day we are talking because short-but messages, chats, conversations, all those things like that. So it's important that you understand the people that are working with you, the same way I'm understanding my boss too as well, and then tailor your communication and engagement to those people. And then it's also important to let people know that you have work-life integration. I don't believe in work-life balance, because what are you trying to balance? SAPA never hold you. When SAPA balances you, you will know. So I believe in work-life integration to say, I'm a professional, I'm a human being. My life integrates with my work perfectly. There are rough edges, rough areas, we'll smoothen those areas out. And so if I'm going on holiday, I start to tell them, I'm going on holiday, oh, I'm not available this time, or I'm going out this night, oh, I'm not available, or I'm taking the day off because you know what? Mentally, I'm not able to. And one thing that a lot of people do not understand about leaders is very lonely for us.
Lonely at the top.
So we have a lot of mental baggage that we take. You know, you sit down, you listen to everybody's problem, you have goals, you want to achieve all those things. And so sometimes it's good to take a day off. So when you are going on that day off, you say, guys, I'm actually taking the day off. It's not vacation, it's not anything. I just need to go and cool the engine down. And I'm not faffing. When they know you are not lazy, people would appreciate you taking the day off because they don't want you to come into the office. I already have an angry face. They say me and Oluomo, we look alike. So I don't want that thing to be there and you don't want to shout on people.
Okay, thank you so much. Lady, please. So if you have questions, please prepare your questions because I'll be coming to you shortly.
Yeah.
Those June dumps, those July dumps, we are expecting July dump. He knows what I mean.
July dump. Yeah, let me just add to what he said. Personally, 3 years ago, when I first became CTO, I realized very quickly that I could easily get burnt out as a leader, trying to take on everyone's problems. So because I wanted to be the kind of leader that was empathetic, that cared about the team, back then I had about maybe 22-ish people under me, and this was how my day would go. I wake up in the morning, I would join our morning meetings. From my morning meetings, I'm getting DMs. Oh, lady, I need this, lady, I need that. And then from morning till 6 p.m., I'm solving everybody else's problems. And mind you, I've also assigned myself work, which means from 6 p.m., that's when my own work now starts. So I realized very quickly that it was not sustainable, right? I was getting burnt out very, very quickly, very much. Like you said, sometimes you just need a day off. I didn't even know how to take a break, right? I was just always going, always solving other people's problems. So what I did was I just started delegating more. I would communicate mostly only with my direct reports, and I equipped them to also be better communicators. So if there's anything going on, you guys handle it, you guys come to me. And like you said, sometimes I have my own personal time. My personal time to cool off is when I'm going to the gym, which is usually from like 5 p.m. to like 8 at night. So I'll just text them, guys, I'm going to the gym. Don't text me unless there's fire on the mountain, you know. So those are some of the ways that I've tried to manage my time.
Thank you. So, J-Man, you want to tell us?
Well, I think mine is pretty in between Babajide and Lady. So yes, I also have, an open door policy. I know you very much know that, and everyone that we work together at TEMI. And I'm just hearing from Babajide the first time that there's something called work-life integration. Well, so I think that would be a name for something that I also do. I also have work-life integration. I used to think it was work-life balance I had. All right. Yes, maybe, so typical of my day, often I get to have a lot of meetings. So sometimes, and then I also like to keep a lot of tab on our customer support channels. In terms of, so the businesses that I manage directly, or the teams I manage directly are our customer success team, and our sales and key account management team. These businesses also have, or teams also have leaders, but in a way, especially the customer support side of things, I like to pay attention to it. And the reason for that is, while I have very strong hands, handling, managing, the teams, doing all of that, there are just sometimes that there are issues that, maybe go out of hand and you just need to be able to step in. Sometimes maybe even stepping in, directly to the client, or sometimes stepping in because while watching the channels, I also have channels where I'm engaging with the team. So if I'm seeing something, I'm immediately engaging, the team. So that is typical of my day. So if I have maybe anybody from the team trying to reach me, a lot of times, I'm just dropping them a message, to say, hey, I'm in a meeting, so I can't attend now. Can we do this time? And then after a while, I also noticed that as business grew and as I delegated more tasks to leaders, there were times when they still needed me to walk them through some things. And because of how tight the day can be, I'm not able to. So I begin to have things falling out because I'm delaying those leaders. So one of the things I began to do was, if I'm having a conversation and immediately you tell me, oh, this is dependent on you, I say, book a time on my calendar. Because I found out that coming into a meeting space with you helps me to be able to. So what I do is, everybody who wants to have a conversation with me can already see on the calendar I'm in a meeting, first of all. Secondly, it's also a mode that works for me. I'm able to easily talk through, and then I allocate 1 hour. Whatever we're able to deal with within that 1 hour, I've got you moving, right? If we're not able to finish it, I will say the next day, book. So I do like that so before every day I'm getting everybody to move, and then I also am moving. So yes, personal stuffs. I'm a believer. There are times I have to go to church in the evening, and there are some of our key customers that business is 24 hours, right? And you want to be able to keep tabs. So sometimes I'll call some team members and say, hey, I'm going to church. Can you help me keep watch on this? If there's anything, reach out to this person, help me handle. So at such times, those are the ways. Also in terms of vacation, now I don't take a lot of vacations. The little I do, maybe it's because there are some family events, some things I want to do. For me, every day I try to rest consciously. How do I do that? Catch a movie. So every day
I'm not sure it goes on leave. All right. So that I can know, because we're almost out of time, do we have questions just by signifying your answer? I can give numbers before Tony responds. So I have 1, I have 2, no follow-up questions. 1, 2, your hands up, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, that's fine. Okay, so if you can give the mic to number 1 so I can be ready. So Tony, do you want to respond to my question about what you do? How do you communicate your hobbies to your team in terms of, do you have a time that you cool out and you know that, don't come after me after this time?
Well, I don't think that will apply to me. I'm like an open book. I'm very, very approachable at work. Sometimes when I'm serious, people tend to turn to say, is this story? And I think I build that culture around myself because I want people to be able to approach me and not feel like I'm a boss. No. And so people know that they can call me any time of the day. I'll pick my call, except I'm sleeping. I don't have any restrictions as to when you can call me, no. Provided we are colleagues. In fact, if you leave the organization and you haven't spoken to me in a month, I'm wondering, did we ever have a relationship? Like, how are you doing? So I try to build family at work. I'm very, very open. I'm very, very playful at work. People just wonder, Tony is very humble. Is as little as you're introducing a new staff and you're giving me so much title, I'm already gisting with you. But then when there's work to be done, there's work to be done. You need to be able to draw that line, basically.
I like that. So number 1, do you want to give your questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, guys.
Please make it very short. Thank you.
Well, my question is, at what point did you decide between I need to improve how I communicate with this person, or this person isn't just getting it because they are at the place in their career where they need to no longer fit into the company, right? So at what point did you decipher that at the communication, when I have that conversation?
Do you mind going over that question again? Okay.
Yeah, so when you're communicating with your members of your team, you want to, at what point do you decide that at this point, I need to improve on my communication with this particular person? Or is it that this person is not getting it because they need, at the point of their career, that they need to move on away from the company because for some reason they're not at par with the rest of the company, with the rest of the team members as well. I don't know if you guys
just for clarity, the person you are talking about, is it someone you report to or someone?
Obviously, someone your direct report, not your line manager.
Okay,
yeah.
I want someone with HR. I saw your Access Bank picture. Very.
No,
Okay.
so this situation happens a lot. And we find out that a lot of times we hang on to people that we should have let go a lot sooner. And so here is how I make those decisions as quickly as possible. Remember, I say my own style is to figure out how my direct report works. So I am meeting them at their own point of, connection. If I realize that that person is not reciprocating, you would become frustrated. And to be honest with you, there is, a lot of people know how to talk a good game, say we can do this, we can do that. I'm very good at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Until the real work comes, and you can then now see that they are really not good at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe they are best average, or they are still learning and upskilling. There is the part whereby, before you make that decision, you have to take that person through a defined coaching process. And when I say a defined coaching process, you want to be able to demonstrate that you have done the best that you can before you let the person go. Okay. One of two things will happen during that coaching process. Is either they level up and they get to the point where you need them, or you realize that this person is suited in another organization.
Thank you, Babajide. Number 2, please. Let's make it very quick. All our time. Thank you. Want to utilize it well. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sumto and I'm a product designer. My question is, how do you set a realistic goal as a CTO? How do you handle situations where you've agreed that you're supposed to complete a project at a certain period of time, and then something comes up and you're unable to, 4 months has passed and you're still not able to complete that project? Thank you.
CTO, dear CTO.
Okay, yeah. Very direct, right? I think it's very important to have open communication with your team as well as your stakeholders as well. If you say you're going to complete something in a defined time frame and that's not going to happen, obviously you need to build the skills to be able to discern that it's not going to happen like weeks, days before that day, right? And you communicate, and so the first thing you should do is, if there are issues coming up, you should always try to find ways around it. Okay, this thing is happening, how can we still make this timeline work, right? You think for yourself, you take in suggestions. Sometimes the best ideas might not come from you. So you have to be open, you have to listen to people. You might get the best ideas from an intern, right? So diverse points of views are very important. And if after you've thought about it and you still decide that it's not going to happen within that time frame, then you communicate with the stakeholders, get them to sort of realign their expectations and manage their expectations properly.
Yeah, thank you, lady. Number 3, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you so much, distinguished panelists, for the session. I'm Christopher Fewu, Product Manager. I want to ask, my question is to Mr. Jide and CTO. Now, according to Mr. Jide, he said communication is like a pyramid, and you emphasize so much on shared understanding. And according to Mr. Lady, he said communication is like an orchestra. Now, I want to ask, what's the balance? Because from Mr. Jide's perspective, he's saying it's based on the kind of his job role and the kind of place he's working, or where he sees himself, how he relates to the people down the pyramid. Now, that's why he said communication is like
yes, so you want to know what's the
So
difference?
I want to get the balance now, because according to him, he said communication is like an orchestra. Like from his own point of view, he passes the communication round, while he passes it from
the balance. Okay, that's fine. So number 4. Yes, number 4.
Yeah. So let me answer that first. So as a leader of any team, right? People look to you to set the culture. people are watching you. Just like they say children are watching what you do. Even if you tell them, oh, this is bad, if you are doing that bad thing, right, they are still going to sort of emulate that. So what I mean basically is you set the culture, you set the tone. If you want your guys to be early to meetings, you have to be early to meetings as well, right? If you want your guys to be proactive, you have to be proactive as well. So you set that tone. If you're too laid back, even though I personally am a laid back person, if I'm too laid back, I would notice that my team members would also become laid back as well. So I constantly have to challenge myself to set that tone of excellence that I want my team to abide by.
Okay, thank you.
So I think you kind of got something wrong. I said I run a pyramid structure, which means you have someone and then you have multiple people reporting to them and multiple people reporting to them, and then communication flows through that structure. So I'm still with him on the fact that communication is like an orchestra. Because remember, in the orchestra, you have a conductor who is directing the rest of the people. And communications happen in verbal cues and non-verbal cues, which is very important. And I like where he's coming from with it. I'll give you a very good example of something that happened. So 2 years ago, I decided I wanted to pierce my ears. You know?
We are aware. We, your followers, are aware.
So I woke up, I did it. Decision based up on me. I turned up in the office. You know, everybody will have a conversation about, like, you know, hearing a general manager. And we have about, in Nigeria, we have about 140 employees. So it's quite large. And you hear that your GM has pierced his ear. That just communicated to the guys that, you know what, it was okay to pierce their ears. So I come to the office and 5 people to have earrings.
Love it.
So imagine if I wasn't willing to set that kind of culture and that kind of, and it's very important that you know how, like when we started with MCOPA used to be only green shirts.
We're not sure that it was acceptable to pierce their ears.
They weren't. It's the same way that Mr. Farouk. It's the same way with the Mr. Farouk, and everybody now wants to do sleeve tattoo too as well. MCOPA used to have only green shirts because that was the color of the company. So then I came in and I only wear black. So we were figuring out. So I sat with the marketing guys and you're like, you know, this our logo will slap on black. So in Nigeria, we started making black merch with it. And then what happened was everybody started seeing it and they're like, ah, this is very cool. It looks nice. Yeah. Then all the other countries too started having black t-shirts from a company that for 8 years has only been doing green merchandise. So you see how you can influence culture as an orchestra without even saying something. So the way you show up is how other people to show up.
Thank you. So I want to take your number is 3, yes. I want to take 4 and 5 together, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Olani Adesoji. So let's say I've been in the operation for about 10 years, but I want to pick up some leadership from you, Mr. Jide. Now, communication is a very, very key thing when you come to business.
1 minute.
It's the most perfect thing when it comes to business. But there are some times you communicate and your subordinates do not agree with you on your communications. Now, when they don't agree with you, you have given an instruction and they also want to carry out these instructions. But don't forget, they don't agree with you. In your pyramid structure, there's somewhere that there's going to be a K-leg somewhere. Because it's going to be a reporting thing. The GM said we must do this. So it means that person does not believe in what the GM has actually said. Yes. For a rightful person who is receiving that information, knows that Oga Small did not agree with Oga Big. So there's a communication barrier there. Now, how do you deal with such scenarios? Because, as I said, I run operations and you just come and they say, oh, our target this year is 5 billion. And I'm looking at 5 billion. We hardly were able to meet 2 billion last year. Now you're coming with 5 billion. Okay, no worry. Yes, I can do it. We can sell it. We can get everything done. Yeah, we'll just do the statistics and everything. And at the end of the year, we don't meet up our 5 billion.
So,
we'll track to it.
How?
Please. Now, I'm just going to round it up because I just want you to understand that how do we deal with this when it comes to a feedback? Because that is really, really crucial to some of us who are actually developing.
So your question is clear. Number five.
Hi.
30 seconds.
My name is Toby.
Number five. Yeah.
Lady, nice to see you. My question is for you guys. Please, how do you empower like your leaders? I heard Lady mentioned that he had to empower like the people reporting to him directly to take more decisions and like handle some of the cases that he used to handle. So I'm sure that like everybody here has done something similar. So I'm curious about how you do that. Then secondly, how do you also empower and improve yourselves as leaders? Babajide mentioned that it's lonely at the top. So like since there's not many people that can like help you grow, like how do you like help yourself?
Thank you. Then I take the last question before our panelists to respond. Number 6. Last question.
Yeah, good day, everyone. My name is Yunus. I'm a product operation analyst. So my question is to the CTO lady as well. So my question is, a CTO with vast knowledge in engineering, and you know your expertise is in engineering. But as CTO, I know you have other niche in the technology bit of your organization, such as the data and the product as well. So so my question is about your knowledge is basically your expertise is in engineering. So how are you able to balance with coping with the data team and also the product team, because obviously you are the CTO and these people also falls on that.
Data and product team. Thank you. So,
okay.
Yeah, you have 2 questions.
Yes, sir. So the second question is to all the panelists. So as leaders, we are leaders, always want to be this humble person, being the best, but there are situations that, the top, the founders of the organization will, come to you and rant, maybe because you didn't meet up with some objectives of the organization. How will you, and your session with people that report to you won't be also nice, because you won't be always nice to these people as well. What tone and how will you be able to communicate this to them and not demotivate them, because it's obviously not their fault as well, but the objective not met. But then you also need to bring that anger to them, but not demotivate them as well.
Your question is clear. So the panelists have 20 seconds to respond to each question. 20 seconds. Yes.
Okay. So to the guy who asked that question, I think maybe when I'm leaving, let's spend some time because it's going to be longer. But for everyone, to be honest with you, getting to a point of shared understanding is not just you understanding what needs to be done. It's also everybody committing to going in that direction, regardless of the divergent view. The major thing that you pray for is you pray you don't have a crazy leader that is driving you off the cliff, because that will be where it is detrimental. But to be honest with you, you see, with work, there are multiple ways to get to the solution, and it doesn't have to be what you want. With my team, I let them win sometimes, and sometimes I'm very direct and I'm like, you know what, this one is not even up for debate or up for discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Lady, do you want to respond to your questions? Okay.
I also just wanted to mention something for the operations person. So sometimes outside startup space, if you work in some big organization, so I've had prior experiences in the banking industry, and in such environment, the decision that your manager is reporting to you comes perhaps 4 lines away from the person who is reporting to you. And you are never going to be privy to be in the executive room where that decision is made. So, but at the end of the month, at the end of the year, you are going to be appraised based on that target. So what you learn to do is give it your very best shot. That's really just what it is. Give it your very best shot. You see, and when those who have made that decision realize that you gave it your best shot, even though you fell short, there would also be consideration for that because they've seen the very best efforts put in. So just wanted to mention
Thank you,
that.
J-Man. So, Lady, 20 seconds.
To answer your question, right, as a leader of a diverse team, you have to be willing to take interest in everybody's work. Right, my background is in front-end engineering. I've done product design, I've done brand design, I've done mobile development. So it's easy for me to communicate with people in those roles. I've done back-end as well, so it's easy for me to communicate with them. For product managers, I'm not afraid to ask stupid questions, right? So I take a genuine interest in their work. I look at what they're doing. I ask, I'm not afraid to ask stupid questions. So even if there's a buzzword going around that the product manager is using, I'm like, oh, what does that mean? Like, how does that work? How does that impact the business? So I'm a very contextual person. I like to put context in everything that I do, everything that I say. And if someone is trying to tell me something, I'm like, oh, can you give me more context to what you just said? So tell a story around it so that I can understand. And so when I'm explaining to other people, I can also give context as well so that they can remember and they can improve.
Thank you so much. So Tony, do you want to respond to his general question?
Someone asked about how do we empower people. And I wanted to say that empowering people comes out of two things. First, you are concerned about their career growth. Secondly, situations show up that indicates you need to empower people. So in such scenario, one of the first things I do is I read up. What is this person's role? How is he supposed to play like? Or this person, how are they supposed to be doing now? So I read up, I come to a one-on-one conversation with that person, share the thoughts of what I have, also share some of the articles or videos I've watched, ask them to also do the same. They also perhaps have also been taking a course, related to that. They share, and from that place, we're able to set out a plan to say, okay, so this is what you want to begin to do. You want to begin to move away from this towards this, so that you can grow in that direction. And
Thank you.
You will see people become what they're supposed to be.
All right. Do you want to speak to empowering?
I think that's the last question, yeah. Yes. So more practically, operational-wise now, if you want to empower people, I think it's important that you build an open communication culture at your organization. And if you don't have one that currently exists, I think you can walk up to your employee relations person in HR to say, you know what, you are not able to say what's on your mind. And that, having an open communication environment empowers people to want to talk. And then you also need to probably start allowing people make presentations, regardless of whether they are leaders or not. It's important that everybody has a presentation to make maybe once a week. That way you can give people more confidence to do. And then I think by and large, it's just having an open communication environment where you are not, when you speak something, it doesn't come back and hurt you, or the MD start looking at you in a certain way. For me, from when I'm doing an interview in an organization and I start reading the body language from the panel, like, this is not an environment where I'll be able to speak my mind. Trust me, I will not take that job. Okay. So it's important that you're able to speak, and you're not afraid to speak, but in a very diplomatic way, such that you're also managing those people emotionally.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the final question that I'll be asking, so in 10 seconds, we know that you represent a company. We also know that you represent your personal brand also. What should we expect in the future? The future is, let's put it at 5-10 years from the company you represent as well as your personal brand. In 10 seconds.
We didn't answer that last guy's question about pressure.
Okay.
Because it's very true.
Okay, just add to it.
See, your biggest strength as the layer below the CEO is the ability to absorb pressure. Your job is shock absorber. See, if you don't know how to be a shock absorber, forget about it. And I'll tell you, I've done it from a startup that, is starting out initially in COVID era. You are building that business, so there's a ridiculous kind of pressure there. I've done it in a turnaround situation whereby the business was not doing so well, and you had to turn around that situation and tell them that, you know what, there is a horizon where we will get better. Your biggest strength is being the shock absorber. How you then now channel that shock somewhere else, that will be on you. But don't ever take it down to your team, because they'll start working out of fear. They are not working out of creativity. They are not working out of confidence. The reason why they are doing things is a fear response because they don't want to get fired, and you never get the best out of people from there.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to start, Babajide? Just tell us what to expect, what communication things should we expect from M-Copper and from...
Yeah, so for us as a business, ours is to keep extending our pay-as-you-go model to more people across the continent. Last year we financed 1.2 million phones. We're looking to do more, closer to the 2 million mark, and then, you know, keep growing that too as well till we get to about 10 million customers. You know, that's like the holy grail in the next 5 years. Personally, I really don't have career plans or anything. I just take what is in front of me right now, and what is in front of me is M-Copper. So I'm going to keep taking it.
Thank you. Nice stuff. Yes, lady.
Okay. So Bento's brand is, we are the Africa's payroll company, right? And within the next 5 years, we're just going to continue expanding across Africa. That's the goal. And personally, I want to reach more people. I have a podcast called The Pulse of Tech with Lady Adedi. So my goal is to speak to as many people as possible within the tech industry. It does not matter what role it is. There was an episode I had with an illustrator from Chowdeck, and the purpose of that episode was to make it known that illustrators as well can thrive within the tech ecosystem, and for them to see what it's like to work within tech, how they can succeed within product-led companies. So I'm going to continue doing that and reach as many people as possible.
Good stuff. Thank you. J-Man.
For us at TEMI, our objective is making communication easy for every African. So we're going to be busy, you know, running to achieve that the more. Well, you're with us today. Stay tuned. You will get to see so many interesting things on that. Personally, I think all that is in my head right now is TEMI.
All right. Yes, Tony, please.
Okay. I would say at Renda, we're like a leader when it comes to digital infrastructure. I'm not sure there are so many companies that have done this, even though there are, but you know, the positioning is quite different. And our mission is to simplify and bring ease to the process of order fulfillment. And because we're in a market where people are not used to this, it will take a lot of time and effort to get them to embrace it. So yeah, we have some multinational companies, FMCGs, agriculture, and the likes that use our platform. But you know, being able to empower that sector, that supply chain sector, to digitalize it's very key to the development of technology or infrastructure technology in Africa. And I hope that in 5 years to come, Renda would have got to the point whereby, you know, they would be identified or recognized as a leader in the space. Because what we're doing by and large is to ensure that we enable businesses to scale easily. You know, anybody in logistics operation will tell you it's crazy. But what we're doing is to simplify that process, and people, over time, people are beginning to embrace it, such that a Guinness Nigeria or a multinational doesn't call me today to say, you know what, I just need transporters. It doesn't work that way. You don't need to have 5 transporters that you're directly monitoring when you have a platform where you can have access to transporters everywhere in Nigeria, in Africa, and then you can manage this process seamlessly. So I'm looking forward to maybe in 5-10 years' time when it would have become a norm. Personally, my career goal, like you said, I don't have specific career goals. Opportunity just comes as I grow in my career. But I know that anybody in this sector or in the space of marketing and communications and technology, particularly technology, should be looking at new capabilities and skill sets with evolving market forces. So the likes of technology, globalization, and what have you, and fiscal environment and social responsibility. The next skill sets that will be relevant in this space for people in tech especially, or even in the future, are people that are able to align themselves with these forces that is bringing new capabilities. So in terms of AI, machine learning, so your traditional knowledge of marketing and communications will
it's going to change.
Would be relevant in 5 years to come. So how are you empowering yourself to prepare yourself for that next phase, and how are you empowering yourself to be a global standard communications professional? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. I want to thank our panelists for their time and for their contributions. I also want to thank the audience for being wonderful audience. The fact that you ask questions means paying attention to us. A round of applause for yourself. So just to add, if you have not signed up on Temai or your business does not make use of Temai, of course, make use of our products. We have Switch, we have our Temai Go, which is our mobile app. So do well to come on board, and our communication specialist will be assigned to you to give you the best and seamless process that you can have on our platform. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A round of applause for our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much, our moderator. You did amazing. Thank you, thank you. All right, to just go to the next thing, there's a video that the Temai video showcase. Yes, thank you.
Did you know that seamless communication with customers is the cornerstone of every successful business? That's where Temai excels, facilitating uninterrupted communications with businesses across Africa and beyond. And guess what? In doing so, we have achieved some remarkable milestones that we are proud of.
Temai was born out of the need to disrupt the communication sector in Africa and across the world. Literally, as a business, if you want to connect with your customers, especially in emerging countries, you have to connect with multiple telcos, right? You want to verify customers, you want to send notification or messages, you literally have to integrate multiple APIs, and that process is complicated. But with Temai, we've sorted all that out, right? With being licensed in multiple countries, we make it super easy for many businesses to integrate with one single API, and through our platform, you can connect with your customers in Africa and also globally, right? So we make that process simple, whether you're verifying customers or notifying them across WhatsApp, SMS, or voice, you know, across multiple countries like Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, in the US, in the UK, Canada. We make that process seamless and without hassle.
Bankly is a lifestyle bank for everyday people. If I had to use one word to describe Temai, I would say efficient. Temai has really helped us in terms of being able to engage our customers in a way that we can monitor and track impact, but also in a way that is affordable and efficient. So recently, we had a campaign where we engaged some of our customers who had not been active for a while. We did a series of SMS campaigns on Temai, and we're able to get about 25% of those customers to become active again, which is quite impactful.
Building Temai was about transforming the way businesses communicate across Africa. I always envisioned a small business owner in Lagos communicating seamlessly with a business owner in Nairobi. The goal was to create a platform that fosters smooth communication, leading to happy and successful customers. Seeing this impact on businesses makes it worthwhile.
Thanks to our amazing team at Temai, we now terminate over 1 billion messages and 11 billion worth of wallet transactions for over 16,000 companies across Africa and in the world. Some of these companies include financial institutions, microfinance banks, edutech, hospitals, and even retail companies. And more than that, we also have been licensed to terminate messages in the United States, in Nigeria, and in Ivory Coast, right? Which gives us room to both English-speaking and Francophone companies, right? This is amazing. This is interesting for us. It gives us room to terminate two-way messaging. It gives us room to basically improve on how we interact with telecom companies on behalf of our customers like you. These are not just numbers or milestones, but they are stories of companies who are doing amazing things and lives that are impacting both in emerging economies like Nigeria, like Kenya, like Ivory Coast, like South Africa, and also in developed countries like the United States, Canada, and even in the UK. You know, and we want you to come and be a part of this because we're just getting started.
and CTO of Temai as he launches this. Please, a round of applause. Until he gets here, please celebrate Grace. Keep it going, keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. We're really glad to have everyone here. Okay, so the last couple of months or last 1 year has been, how do I put it? Has been very intense in terms of product development at Temai. We've had a lot going on. Please, why is Juwon in front here? Please, someone should take Juwon to the back. Right. We've had a lot going on for us at Temai, and today we decided to just share a sneak peek, right, into what we've been doing so far. So just bear with me, join me as I take you, on a very short ride, into what we've been doing. So I'll start from Temai accounts. The last video that we just watched, we mentioned that we finally processed over 1 billion now, right, customer transactions, and that means a lot for us now. A lot of blood and sweat, right, has gone into that, majorly Juwon's blood, right, and my wonderful team at Temai. Please, can we just put our hands together for those that their blood has gone into the hard work of Temai? Yeah, thank you. And doing that, one of the things that we are very proud of is, I think last year Elevate we talked about Temai version 3, right? And we launched that. Last year we also talked about Temai Go, right? Yeah, right here we launched Temai Go, and I'm happy to say that Temai Go is doing great. We have over 100,000 customers using Temai Go now. Come on, a hand of applause. Thank you. Right, and we have over 10,000 TOTP accounts currently on Temai Go as well. And yeah, Temai Go is still growing. Temai Go currently runs on what we call Temai version 3. And what we've done after that in the last few years is in the last few months rather, is to allow other suite of Temai products run on Temai version 3. So I'm happy to announce to you that right now we have Temai accounts now running on Temai version 3. Come on. So I will be showing us a couple of, some of those things that we've worked on this Temai version 3. I'm happy to also mention that we have some customers. Yes, we've launched it. So we have new customers already running on it. So if you're a new customer, meaning any customer that signed up in June, since June till now, right, after June, it's already running on Temai version 3, right? Meaning if you sign up today on Temai, if you haven't signed up, you'll be running on Temai version 3. What we are also doing is we've started migration of accounts, that's existing accounts that have been created before June to now run on Temai version 3 as well. We've done that, we've migrated, a couple of accounts, and we are still doing that migration. And I'm happy to say that in the next 1 or 2 months, we'll be done with that migration, and you'll be running fully on Temai version 3. So a couple of things. One of the things that we've introduced, sorry, take me back to that slide, the first. So we started by making things pretty easy on the dashboard, meaning when you log into the dashboard now, it's easier to navigate, just a little bit of aesthetics here and there. Also, we got feedback that the wallet page that's the sync between the wallet page and customers being able to top up, add auto recharge, right, was a bit disconnected. Now what we've done is we've made the wallet page more seamless, and we've brought that together. Thank you. Next one. So also it may look small, but I feel like it's also, noteworthy to mention this in-app guide. So, on the previous account, what customers, if you are going to look for, maybe I want to learn how to, I'm trying to add a new team member to my account. You'll probably have to click on a link that will take you to YouTube, and then you watch the video outside on YouTube. But right now we've added this, in-app, right? So in-app, you can play the videos, watch the videos, and then do what you want to do, basically. Thank you. Yeah, one I'm also very, proud about. Message, export and reports. So we know that at TMI, right, transparency is very important for us, meaning you send out messages, or businesses send out messages, right, and then they want to see the performance of these messages, right. On the previous version, it was a bit difficult, right, for businesses to, do this, but what we've done now is we've simplified the process, right, for businesses to be able to generate and export this report. And by reports, I mean we are generating CSV files that are as large as 700 MB, 200 MB, right? And we're able to do that, compress that, and send them to you via email. Also, what we've done is to also add, because we know that these things can take some time, right? It could take about 10, 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, depending on the size of the report you are trying to download. So what we've done is also to add a report history page, right, where you can see the progress of this report, as it's being generated. And guess what? So say you lose that particular file, rather than going back to download, to generate that stretch of history, you can go back to just download that particular report, that you've previously generated. I think that's brilliant. Please, let's give a hand to for Blessing and her team, the product team. That was very brilliant. Yeah. Transaction summary. Okay, so this is also something new. As at a couple of months ago, right, and also customers currently running on version 2, you would notice that, for each transaction that you do on TMI, you can see a single debit entry, meaning if I send maybe a message, a WhatsApp message, SMS, maybe generate or verify a token, right? You would see a single line entry that says -2 Naira, right? Meaning just like the way you see on your bank statement. But what we discovered was that this is sort of very inefficient for businesses, right? What businesses, taking feedback from our customers, what businesses want to see, businesses prefer to see a summary, meaning I have 5 telcos or 4 telcos that we send messages to, right? In Nigeria. Who can help me? 4 telcos in Nigeria. MTN, Glo, Airtel, and thank you very much. You're following me. Thank you. Give yourself a round of applause. Come on, please. So, what we've done is to decide that, taking feedback from our customers as well, rather than, giving you each line entry, which doesn't make any sense to you. Now what we do is we aggregate all of this for you. So say for MTN, this particular MNO MTN, you sent a total of 100,000 messages, right? And you spent a total of maybe 2,000 naira sending that, right? For Airtel, you sent a total of 20,000, you spent Airtel 20,000, you spent 5,000 naira doing that, right? So for each of these MNOs, right, that you're sending messages to, you can see each message, like each transaction, like I said, transaction summary. So it's a summary of, that particular transaction per MNO. And I think this is brilliant. Why? Because anyone who then goes to this particular page, right, can see this and it will make sense for them, rather than having like single line, wallet entries like we used to. I think that was also brilliant. Come on. Sub-account. Yes. We've, just like I think Babajide that was here, we have customers, businesses who use TMI and they are across different countries. Or maybe a large organization that has like different sub-units, right? I'll give you an instance. So the product team, maybe product team is in charge of one-time passwords. and the marketing team is in charge of sending campaigns, right? But then these two teams want to use Temai. And you don't want, meaning the funding, so the budget is different, right? Budget for marketing is different from budget for product, right? And you don't want to create a second Temai account. In the past, what we've had is, we've had people creating, we encourage them, okay, just create a second account, right? We are moving to a new version where we would consolidate this. But now, I'm happy to tell you that we've launched sub-accounts, and now businesses can create multiple sub-accounts on just one account. Come on. Yes. So let me explain the implication again. Now, what this means is, you have, sorry, what company do you work for, sir? Yeah, in white. Okay, Move. Yeah, I can see my friends at Move here. So Move. So we have Move Nigeria, right? We have Move Ghana, right? We have Move South Africa. Now, Temai delivers messages across these countries as well, right? Now, rather than Move Ghana creating a separate account, Move Nigeria creating a second account, another account, Move South Africa creating an account, we can just have one Move account, right? And then, each of the sub-accounts under that Move account. I think that's brilliant. Yeah, so one other thing also that we've introduced is, we've added a little bit an extra layer of security. And doing this, users, people using Temai, like myself and yourself, can easily now set up 2FA accounts, right? So setting up 2FA has also been made easy to do that with Temai. And the interesting thing also is this: you can also do that with Temai Go, right? Meaning you can set up your 2FA on your Temai account using your Temai Go. Let me have next. Yes, something I'm also very excited about: campaign segmentation and link tracking. We know that, just like the panelists that were here, and then the person from Bank that also gave the keynote speech. That's sending campaign by campaign, we mean marketing messages, right? Is very important for a lot of businesses. And not just sending these messages, but having insight on the performance of these messages, right? Is also important. Meaning, I want to send a campaign to 10,000 contacts, right? After sending to 10,000 contacts, I need insights, not just insights on delivery, but the next time you want to send messages to those contacts, you want to be able to send to the list that actually delivered. So, you want that to anybody in marketing will understand that, that saves costs for you, right? Also, imagine if you have links in your campaign that you are sending. Right now, this is very interesting. So, most people, when they want to send campaigns, what they do is, maybe via SMS, you go to Bit, and you want to put a link. You go to maybe bit.ly, shorten the link, and then you put it. But what you've done is just to add one link to that message, right? You don't really have an insight if a particular phone number clicked on that link. Does that make sense? Right? Now, what we've done is to, using the campaign, feature, right, and link tracking feature, for each message that you send out, you can have insight on that particular link. Anyone who's familiar with email marketing will understand how this works. On email marketing, I can tell you if I sent you an email, you click on the link, right? I can tell you if you click that particular link. Now, what we've done is to replicate that, in SMS. And I can tell you that I have not seen any provider today that does this, right? So, under big ops, to the product team. Also, a little bit on the segmentation part. Thank you if you are doing it. Come on. Thank you. Another bit on the segmentation part. So what we've done is, to say you can, filter out your list. So you send out a campaign to 200,000 people, and because of restrictions set by NCC in Nigeria, probably 90% or 80%, delivered. It means that the next time you send out, right, most likely only 80% will still get delivered. So why send out to, the 200,000? Now, what we've done is say, hey, we can help you to, filter out those contacts that didn't get these messages so that you don't have to send to them. And then going forward, you would only send to the 80% that got delivered. This is the feedback that we've had from a lot of our customers, and that is why, we implemented this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, can I have next? Yes, Tema Inbox. Last year, we talked about this particular product, and I'm also very excited about this particular product. Inbox is that customer support channel, where we help businesses to aggregate, your different tools that you use to support your customers today. Now, we know that a lot of businesses are now supporting customers on social media, right? People go to, they are now in your Instagram DMs your Instagram DMs, your X DMs, Facebook Messenger. You have customers reaching out to you, in those channels. Even live chats. You have requests coming in from live chat as well, right? Now, what we've done is to create Inbox, to create, all of these channels into one, and also WhatsApp. Don't let me forget WhatsApp, because we also have people reaching out to your business on WhatsApp. What we've done is to create Inbox, to create, or to, to have all of these channels that you have your customers reach out to you on, just on one single dashboard. Come on, I think that was brilliant. Yes, and I'm happy to mention that right now, we are receiving people on the Inbox wait list, right? So you can visit temai.com/inbox and join the wait list. As we progress in the product, we would, send you updates on that, and we'll invite you to join, the first set of people to use this particular product. I have one more. TemaiGo. Thank you very much. So, updates on TemaiGo. So last year, like I mentioned, we launched officially TemaiGo, right? And sorry, I want to do something. And I'm going to put my Oga on the spot. So I just want someone in the house, right, that can tell me what TemaiGo is. Right, and we'll give you something at the end of the event. Anybody? First person. TemaiGo. Yes. Just. No. Anybody? TemaiGo. So TemaiGo is actually launched, right? So it's not it's not like we are trying to. We launched this last year, and we have customers in the product. Okay. You've already checked, so I'm not going to. So what is TemaiGo? TemaiGo is, a B2C product that we built at Temai. So prior to last year, Temai has primarily been a business-to-business product. And what we decided to do, not because we just felt like, building things, right? But we saw a gap in the market, right? Where SMS is a major channel that people use to receive messages today, and SMS has its issues, right? Sorry, I'm on air, so don't let me say too much about that. But then we have regulatory issues around, SMS and other channels, that we use to send messages, that used to communicate with your customers today. Now, what we've done, is to create a simple product that allows your businesses, your favorite businesses, to reach you. So, as Temai, a leading communications platform as a service company, it means we have over 16,000 businesses using us, right? And some of those businesses are businesses that we use in our day-to-day activities. So, meaning, like my Oga from PiggyVest is here. I use PiggyVest, right? And for me to perform a transaction, I receive one-time password from PiggyVest. Also Move sends out one-time password as well. What we've done is to enable you to receive all of this within, this particular application. Meaning, you don't, you are not limited by the boundaries of the limitations of SMS again, right? To say, oh, this particular number is on DND, or MTN is having a downtime, so I didn't get this message, or sorry for mentioning this, but this particular telco is having a downtime, right? So you didn't get this particular messages. What this means is that despite, issues from any of the telcos, you will eventually get, one-time passwords, product notifications from your favorite brands. What we've done also is to add an extra feature into this application. So what we've made TermIGO is that your one-stop authentication application, meaning, are you willing to receive one-time passwords? You can receive it in your TermIGO, or the authentication feature, right? That's 2FA. So remember earlier when I said you can use TermIGO on your Termite accounts dashboard, right? So for 2FA also, you can use TermIGO, right? So rather than using Google Authenticator or Microsoft Authenticator, or what other tools do we have there? OT, right? You can use TermIGO as your own authenticator, product. So, like I said, that's single one app, right, for receiving, authentication, and product notification messages. So authentication for better security. So what we've done is, we've simplified the KYC flow. We've reiterated, taking customer feedback to see how we can, improve on this particular product. Now, we've also added, ability for you to, yes, I know people love Termite, right? I know the reason why you guys are here is because you love Termite, right? So feel free and ditch, and move to TermIGO, right? Yeah, so, you can also migrate your 2FA, your accounts, 2FA accounts that you have set up on, any previous authenticator to TermIGO today as well. And then settings page. All right, thank you very much. So, again, like I said, this is just a little sneak peek into a lot of things that, we've been doing, at Termite, a lot of things that we've been up to. Like Joan mentioned, our goal is to make communication easy for, every African, right? That's our mission. That's why we are here, right? And we will keep doing that. Thank you very much for choosing Termite.
Thank you. Applause for him, please. A round of applause. All right, we're getting, the whole thing is getting more interesting. I just want us to do, an exercise quickly. Do you have a mobile phone, a smartphone with you? I'm sure we all do. So can you wave your smartphone? Let your smartphone just glorify God. Hallelujah, somebody. Wave it now. You people, you have expensive phones. You're just trying to be humble. Please, wave it now. You don't want to wave it. All right, so we're going to do something now. Take a picture. Go to your social media, Instagram, Twitter. Write something. Write something about this conference right now. What you have learned, if you have learned something, say hi, hello, people. Just do something quickly. Let's do that. Let's support this ministry. All right, let's support this ministry. Do something. It's just to push the conversation forward, so that next time, more people can come on board. We can all have a great learning experience. Let's do it. Please, let's do that, please. The hashtag Termite Elevate, okay? Please mention, tag Termite, and let's grow this together. Have we done that? Please, if you have done that, shout hallelujah. No, now don't hold back. Have you done that? Okay, some people say they need a couple of minutes. Just do it. It doesn't cost anything, really. You have the data. You are going to go watch some other person doing the same thing. So just do it anyways. Help our ministry. We are trying to grow. We are trying to grow. Support the ministry. Have you done that? Please, if you have done that, let me see your hand. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Have you done that? Write something. I mean, I'm sure you have learned, you have jotted some things down. I have received some. Have we done that? If you have done that, a round of applause for yourself. Just a few of us. Okay, I'll come back. All right, let's just go to our keynote session. Our speaker is already here, and he will be talking on communication as a catalyst for community building. Do we have his profile, please?
Joshua Chibueze is the co-founder and chief marketing officer of PiggyTech, owners of PiggyVest and Pocket App, who are on a mission to transform the financial habits of a new generation of customers in Africa. Today, PiggyVest and Pocket App have millions of registered users, providing individuals and businesses with invaluable tools for saving, investing, and managing their finances. Joshua made the Forbes 30 Under 30 list in 2019 and became an Endeavor Entrepreneur in 2022. He is a graduate of Covenant University and the Stanford School of Business. He has over a decade of experience in brand and product marketing and customer experience design, working with multinationals, SMEs, and startups. Please give a warm welcome to Joshua Chibueze.
Josh Chibueze. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. The co-founder, PiggyTech. Thank you for coming, sir.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you all excited to be here? Okay. I'm actually happy to be here. I think we've been using Temai for a very, very long time, and I'm very proud of how they've actually helped us so far. I mean, we would not have been able to do a lot of things without them, so a round of applause for Temai, please. So we're talking today about communication as a catalyst for community building. Do I get a clicker or? Okay, you can just, okay. No, go back to the first slide. Yeah, so, I mean, communication is great, but I think you have to first establish a basis for what you're communicating. You know, for some people, it's a product. For some people, it's, you know, a project or whatever it is you're building a community for. But to understand some of the strategies I'll be talking about, you need to have that baseline first. And even when you have a product, it needs to be something that fits. And what do I mean by that? When you have product market fit, when you understand that there's the demand for what your customers, for what your product is doing, then it's easier to start to plan strategies around how you can improve your community and get your community engaged. We've been running PiggyVest for more than 8 years now, and honestly, we've learned a lot of things, and I'll be talking through some of the things that we've learned and we've implemented and we've seen work during our journey, so we can move. So one of the strategies I'm talking about today is clarity of purpose. right? I think that's a major, major foundation for anything at all, right? And for us, it was something we had to understand very early on. We didn't always start as a brand, with this kind of mission. It was very simple. A lot of you know the story here. Simple idea that started from a tweet online where someone put aside 1,000 naira in a box every day for 365 days, and at the end of the year, they broke the box, took a picture, it went viral online, we saw it, and we decided to automate that entire process. So in the beginning, it was just create a simple solution that allows people save automatically. But as we started to build on the product, as we started to see what people were using it for, it became clearer what our vision was. And trust me, every single thing we're doing or we've done ever since has been tied to the purpose, which is to give everyone the power to better manage and grow their finances. So whatever products, whatever new things we're launching, it's all tied to the vision. And even though your community members might not really understand or they've seen what your vision is, they can understand what you're trying to do, right? So there's a DNA, and your DNA is pretty much what your purpose is about. So when you're building your community, that's something that you need to establish very, very early on. It sets a baseline for anything that you want to do going forward. Let's move. The second thing I want to talk about today is active listening. I mean, this is something that a lot of you are very familiar about, right? It's important to listen to feedback. I remember we hadn't updated our apps as the PiggyVest app in about 3 years. And then we released an update that was last year. And then we missed out something. I think that was recent activities on the homepage. And then someone pointed it out on Twitter, and it was very embarrassing that we actually forgot about that. But that was something that we took very, very seriously. We fixed it in about a week. But I think the more important thing for me was someone else who acknowledged the fact that we will see it and fix it. Again, that just tells me that our users or our community members understand the brand and understand that we're a listening brand. And he wasn't wrong. In less than a week, it was fixed, and the person was happy about it. Let's move. So the next thing I'll talk about is inclusive language. Very, very quickly, everybody knows this. We are serving, I'd say, predominantly young people, but also older people as well. But because you're predominantly young people, you have to understand their language and speak their own language. I'm sure you all saw this when we put it up. It went very viral. The number of users registered that day alone was crazy just because of this, and it was just spot on. So this is something you can also emulate. Let's move. Yes, so consistent messaging across multi-channels. I mean, depending on what community you're managing, there are multiple touch points, right? Make sure your messaging is consistent. It doesn't, you cannot be saying something different on one platform and saying something else on the other platform, so it has to be consistent. Let's move. Conflict resolution. I mean, this is something that we've had to deal with from literally day one till now. There would always be conflict. People will not always agree with your solutions. People will not always agree with what everyone is saying. People will form their own opinions, but it's your duty to manage whatever it is. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about the whole PiggyVest is shutting down one way or the other. I think it happens like every year, right? Or someone, maybe tries to withdraw money from their PiggyVest account and they don't get it immediately, or maybe they don't get it in 24 hours because, say, Paystack is down, and then they're coming to Twitter to shout, is PiggyVest shutting down, just because they've not gotten their money. Or, for instance, they're trying to log in to their Pocket app or PiggyVest or whatever it is. They're trying to withdraw, and OTP doesn't come because Tema is probably down or something. I'm sorry, it happens. It's okay. It's okay. So OTP doesn't come. And they're like, PiggyVest is shutting down, blah, 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 those kind of things. But again, it's your duty to figure out how to manage the expectation of your customers or your community members, right? So this person, okay, let's move on. celebrating successes. I mean, this is something that we do, even from the first year. In our first year, we helped our users save 21 million naira for the entire year, from less than 400 active users. It was a big deal for us. We communicated that at the end of the year, and then people started to tell other people about the product. Today, on a very bad day, we're doing at least over 2 billion every day. And that's because a lot of people have followed us on that journey. And what you would see is that a lot of people would advocate for you because they know your story, right? They know when you started, you've been communicating, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 8 years. Because they understand your story, they understand what you're doing, there is more trust. The whole purpose of community building is to build trust, right? And these are different touch points you can use to build trust. When you communicate your achievements or successes, no matter what it is, even failures. I remember one time where Providus virtual account numbers were having issues, and we had to turn it off, right? And then we had to switch over to a new provider literally on a Sunday night. Again, we had to communicate those things. When we have major downtimes, and these are downtimes that are not necessarily caused by us. It could be a third party, say a Paystack or a Flutterwave or even a Termite or whatever it is, having a downtime. But you have to take responsibility because the customers do not care about your third party providers. That's one thing you must know. They only care about you because they gave you their money. So if they've not gotten their money in 24 hours, 48 hours, you have to show accountability, right? So that's some of the things that we do. So yeah, it's important to celebrate your successes, right? Inform your community, right? And let them know what's going on. Let's move. Continuous improvement, obviously, very, very important. We're always thinking about new ways based on market conditions. How can we add more value to the average PiggyVest customer? The average PiggyVest customer is, every year, they probably earn more money, right? More people come into the job market, more people get promoted, more people move up the ladder, more people are looking for more opportunities. There's crypto, there's dollar, there's all sorts of things trying to take your money here and there. How can we help young people maximize whatever income they're earning? How can we give them the best value for their money, right? So we try as much as possible to think about those things. And there's a product that we're going to launch before the year is over. I'm very, very excited about that. It's something on budgeting. I think that it will actually help, especially in this condition that we're in. I'm sure your salary does not last again to the end of the month, right? Exactly. So it's crazy, even for us. We've experienced that. So because we're also users of the product, I use PiggyVest. My money is in PiggyVest, right? So because we're users of the product, we're thinking about how can we make things that actually better our own lives, right? So again, we're looking at how to think and implement all of these things. So we launched a new feature recently called House Money, just to help people think about their rent money separately. There's a lot more that is coming to that particular House Money wallet, but for now, we've just started with a very simple save for your rent separately from every other monies that you're saving on the platform. So yes, always think about constant improvements. It helps. And when you have those constant improvements, communicate it. Let your customers know what you're doing, let them know what you're up to, and you'll be fine. So let's move. Yeah, and I'll just end with this. So again, we've been at this for about 8 years, like I said, and we've been able to see how engaged a community can be. I think that the kind of loyalty that we have as a platform, sometimes it shocks me because I'm like, what are we really doing, right? It's not as if we don't even offer the best interest rates in the market, to be very honest. But again, we can only give you what we can afford. But our customers have somehow stuck with us, right? So that I think there's something to learn there, right? I've learned that, just be honest with what you're doing, be very transparent, be very accountable. Let people follow your journey. Let them understand why. I remember when, I don't know if we missed the accountability slide, when the whole CBN raised rates and a lot of things were going on, we put out a video of, I think, Odunayo explaining why our rates were the way they were. And that really, really helped because people now understood why our rates were more on the capital preservation side than on the, just push the rates upwards, right? So it helps when you're able to explain those kind of things and people see it and they're like, okay, I get it. I understand why this is the way it is. And so once people can explain certain things, fill in the blanks, answer questions that they're asking, a lot of people were asking those questions and we had already planned to increase rates, but it became important that we do it immediately because, a lot of things were happening. So we did that, but one thing we also did was explain the reason why, right? So and when you do all of these things, at the end of the day, the results will speak for itself. Like people are excited to continue with you. People can understand what you're about. People can, predict what you could do. And people are stuck with it. And again, at the end of the day, you make more money, right? So I want to encourage everyone. Communication is important, but like I said, there needs to be a base. What are you communicating, right? And when you even start to do these things, keep everyone, it's like running a country or running a state, right? You are doing things to improve, the economy or whatever it is, but you're also communicating. And I think that's even something that this government is lacking. I know that there are a lot of things that are going on, but as, country people, we cannot even see what's happening, right? So again, it's important to have that baseline foundation, but understand some of these key strategies that can actually help you, build an engaged community. Very, very important. Thank you very much. I didn't want to waste so much time.
Another round of applause for him, please. When people have money, they don't talk, they talk very softly, And Piggy Vest, it's a brand that I'm very familiar with. And sometimes my wife just says that the money is locked somewhere. I'm like, let's look for the key. What's going on? We need this thing. But please, a round of applause for... All right, it's been fun. And we're about to move another gear upward, right? And there's the competition or the Pitch Perfect Challenge. So some people are going to be pitching. Please, if you're here and you're a pitcher, can you make some noise? What happened? Did you rehearse that? Is that the pattern? Was there a memo that was sent and a newsletter that went out that we didn't know? That's when they say pitchers, whoo, and just leave it at that. Are you proud of your brand or the ideas that you have? Make some noise. Let me, you don't know how many dollars is going to land in your account now by doing that. Okay. So let's do something quickly, right? Before we go into, because the tempo is about to change. I'm a very church boy, so if you're not a church person, there are just some things that you hear from me. Be like, this guy, I know it's a conference and all that, but sometimes it's good to spice these things up to help us. Right, so I don't know how many of you grew up in, back in the days when it was clapping of hands and singing of those songs. Those songs, they don't sing them in church anymore. I don't know do I have brothers and sisters here? Amen. Amen. All those songs that gingered us. In the morning, your parents will say, wake up for prayer. You're half sleeping and singing the songs, but everybody is clapping. Please, do you know the rhythm of the clap? Let me hear you go. Come on. Come on. Come on, let's put it, no, some people are being too, this is mainland though. We behave. All right, so let's go. Who is about to give us one of the songs? Are you ready? Are you there, brother?
It's a day that the Lord has made, that the Lord has
Hallelujah.
I will rejoice and be glad in it.
Hallelujah. This is. Come on. Why you are brother? You are a guy. You can't be doing tush for me. Please. Oh. Another day. Bros, let me hear you. Are you ready?
In the morning.
Look at that. In the morning. You people are behaving as if you don't know these things. I know. Come on. Ellie, sister.
Good morning, Jesus.
Good morning, Lord. Let's go. She acted as if she didn't know these things, but I knew it was somewhere there. Come on now. Good morning, bros.
I will enter.
That is it. That is it. A round of applause for yourselves. I mean, sometimes we should go back a bit to just, say, we don't take for this life, or things don't happen, but we bless God. All right. So here's how the pitch perfect competition is going to work. Let me just drop some ground rules, right? And then we can invite our judges and invite our different pitchers. I'll just be calling them that today. 7 participants will pitch their innovative ideas or solutions, leveraging communication technology to address real-world challenges or opportunities. A panel of 5 industry experts and thought leaders will judge the pitches based on creativity, feasibility, and impact. The top 3 pitches will receive prizes such as mentorship opportunity, access to funding, or resources highlighted. Don't worry, I don't know, the resources will come. There's also money attached to this. I think first position is $750 or something, $1 million. Is that? Oh, it's more than that. It is more than that. Now, tell me this thing quick now. I cannot tie come. We look for ideas and start pitching because we need this money. But really, winner prize 750,000 naira. First runner up 500K and second runner up 250K. They have 10K free Tami credits, 20% voucher discount on usage of Tami, free 7 weeks accelerator program. This is a lot. Please, a round of applause for Tami. I keep mixing that up. A round of applause. Clap, oh! Ha! In this economy that we are in, someone wants to help your ministry for money to come and you're not clapping. Please clap, oh! Don't say I did not tell you. All right, so let's just quickly jump right into it and get the ball rolling. Who is excited? Who is excited? Some people are not excited, but we are all excited. Don't worry. Okay. Please let's meet our judges. The media guys, are you ready? Bami Olajide. I hope that's the first one you're playing. Oh, okay. Let me just take.
Bami Olajide is a VC and design thinker with proven experience finding, funding, and supporting African startups. Tolulope Obademi is an early-stage startup investor with experience in customer service and relationships, financial management, business analytics, and investment. She currently works as a head of operations at ID, a venture capital firm that provides founders with access to business management services, financial advisory, and private investment services. Tolulope has an eye for identifying accelerator targets and evaluating potential startups. Most of her time building strong relationships with portfolio companies, acting as a trusted advisor after investment to ensure their ongoing growth and success. They contribute to the financial growth of the African continent, and she always looks forward to participating in events and programs that offer high growth potential to African founders. Please give a warm welcome to Tolulope. Collins Gilbert is an associate at Ventures Platform, a Pan-African fund that invests early in mission-driven founders who are building capital-efficient platforms that democratize prosperity, plug infrastructural gaps, connect underrepresented communities, solve for non-consumption, and improve livelihoods in Africa. As a member of the Platform and Networks team, he designs and develops initiatives, processes, tools, guides, and partnerships to support the Ventures Platform portfolio of over 75 active companies excellently, efficiently, and at scale. Before now, he worked with the non-profit arm of the organization, where he helped design and execute startup support programs such as incubation and acceleration programs. Collins strongly believes that entrepreneurship is one of the most sustainable paths to creating prosperity in Africa.
Thank you for joining us.
Abayomi Olajuwon Abraham is General Manager at Temai Inc. Prior to occupying this role, he was Head of Sales, Partnerships and Business Development at Temai Inc., where he led the business team to achieve Temai's business goals. Prior to joining Temai, he honed his sales, business development, and partnership skills through work experiences at EcoBank Nigeria Limited as regional lead in the youth banking, mass market, and agent banking business of the bank. At Temai, he leads the team to achieve the mission of helping every African business to communicate with clients seamlessly, optimize communication through intuitive customer analytics, and outstanding customer support. Please give a warm welcome to Olajuwon.
Let's just welcome our judges before I invite the last judge to the stage for them to... Yes, our judges should. Please, a round of applause for them. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you.
Please give a warm welcome to Toyin.
Media guys, are we still playing any video? All right. I want to invite an additional guest. You know, but this man, I think that we cannot sit down and invite him. You understand? We have to stand up, right? Because we have to give honor to whom honor is due. So before I even call his name, right, I want us all to be upstanding. Just humor me. Just humor me. Humor me. He is none other than Emmanuel Bolade. He is the CEO of Temai and an angel investor and a digital marketing expert with a background in software development, business management, and fintech. Emmanuel supports startups and technology entrepreneurs at AD Ventures. He believes in the transformative power of technology for Africa's economy and financial growth and actively participates in programs with high growth potential. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for the support. Thank you. Please, you may be seated. Thank you. All right, to the pictures. Amape. Are you here? You are silent. All right. We have Skill Up with Cadso. Please, a round of applause. Well-Locked Tech. A round of applause for them, please. Is this Kiki Farms? A round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Supplier, is that it? All right. Thank you so much. Just a minute. I'll be right back. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, there's a judge that is not, is he here already? Olajunwo Ayobami Ibrahim, you're already here. Your profile was read earlier. Okay, okay, let me read his profile again. I don't think he's, let me read. I would just read it. Let me read it. Olajunwo is a general manager at Tamai Inc. Prior to occupying this role, he was head of sales, partnership, and business development at Tamai Inc., where he led the business team to achieve Tamai business goals. Prior to joining Tamai, he honed his sales business, development, and partnership skills through work experiences at EcoBank Nigeria Limited as regional lead in the youth banking Am I reading a different profile, please? Am I? Okay. My apologies. Let's continue. We fall and we rise. Bami Olajide is a VC and design thinker with extensive experience in finding, funding, and supporting African startups. A senior associate at Endeavor. He helps high-impact entrepreneurs in Nigeria to dream bigger, scale faster, and pay it forward. He has worked with Founders Factory Africa and Ingressive Capital, contributing to their success by identifying and supporting innovative founders and startups. Bami has also advised startups like Gamar, Winage Farms, Pure Life Pharmacy, and Transcend Pharma, and continues to mentor entrepreneurs through platforms like Get Accelerated, Africa Business Heroes, and the Lagos State Economic Summit. Please, a round of applause for our judges. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please a round of applause for him as well. Apologies, and thank you so much for coming and understanding. I think I would just allow our judges to say one or two things, their expectations for this before the individual pitchers start coming on board to give their pitches. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to Tamai Elevate 3.0, and this is Pitch Perfect. We'll be expecting that the founders today, personally, I want to hear amazing products and solutions for communication majorly, and I hope that every founder here is going to pitch their best, because I know that everyone has amazing things to, that they are building amazing things. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. A pleasure to be here, and good to see all our wonderful entrepreneurs and everyone else. For this speech, I would love conciseness, but clarity as you share about your solution. but also an understanding of how big the opportunity is would excite me and help me make the best judgment. All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming, and apologies for the other time. So basically, for me personally, the ecosystem engagement has always been a dream for me, right? Even while founding Temai, I've always done stuffs around engaging the ecosystem, supporting the ecosystem in one way or the other. And this Pitch Perfect is one of that, right? Where it's more like supporting other founders that are also coming up, basically, and launching amazing products because we were once there. So I'm really looking forward to innovative products and also being clear, right? The pitch doesn't end here, so if you give your best, it goes beyond here. We still have other things that were not mentioned, right, for those that are pitching. So just know that Temai has a wider reach than what you are seeing, and many investors and many partners are also watching what you are saying. So we're giving you a stage to talk, right, because you're actually on live stream, and we have a lot of our partners that are watching what you are doing, basically. So take it from me that you have a wide audience the moment you stand here, actually. Over 8,000 people, and then a lot of VCs and the investors. So please give your best and be confident, don't be scared. Talk about your business the way you believe it to be, and I'm sure we'll have a nice time together. Thank you very much.
Okay, on my end, I think I'll be mostly watching out for what sets you apart from the pack. Every business comes into a space where it's competitive. Either it's competitive locally or it's competitive globally. So I'll be looking out for those unique things, that you believe set you apart amidst, all the other things that other judges have said.
All right. Hi everyone. So for me, I believe I align a lot with what has been said so far. But what I'll be looking out for is, as a founder, I don't think that, when people try to say, oh, this is our competitive advantage, they couch it in such a way that every other person is not doing that thing except you and stuff like that. But if what we know is true and what we've seen from experience is true, is that there would always be a next startup trying to solve the same problem. So how are you going about it uniquely? And what I'll be looking out for is why this problem? In Nigeria, Africa, there's like 10,000 of problems you can decide to solve. Why did you pick this? And why are you the best person to solve this? And why should I care about it now? So just those 3 things are going to stand out for me. And I would say, just closely related to what the CEO said, is don't pitch actually for the price. You could get a lot of business development opportunities. I could connect with you, and there could be a lot that could come out from this. So just put your best foot forward, and there is a pack waiting and cheering you on. Looking forward to the pitch.
Okay, so can we have the first business? Where are the founders seated, please? Okay, so who would like to go first? All right, thank you, sir. Please, a round of applause, a round of applause. require assistance with their slides to be put up? Okay. All right. I have confirmation they are ready for you, so you can just stay up. Okay, sorry. Good afternoon. You can go. You're standing in front of him. You can go down. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Oh, it's going to be obstructing him. Oh, okay. They want you to use the podium. Yes. Aha, better.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Michael Ndefu, the founder and CEO at AmaPay. AmaPay is transforming inter-Africa payment for individuals and businesses in Africa, and who needs to make payments in local currencies within Africa. Some months ago, I met a man called Kennedy. Kennedy is a petty trader in Lagos State who buys and sells chemical products. He sells chemical products in Nigeria, but he buys them from Cameroon. But after having a conversation with Kennedy, I realized something. Whenever Kennedy has to pay his suppliers in Cameroon, he has to stash loads of cash in a leather bag, take it to the border between Cameroon and Nigeria, converts the currency to the Nigerian currency to the Cameroonian CFA, then sends to his suppliers, go back home, and then wait for about a week for the product to be delivered to him. But there is a problem here, which is anything can happen to Kennedy on that process of going to the border. He's risking his life. He could have an accident. At the same time, Kennedy could also get robbed in the process of doing that. Lastly, Kennedy misses out on the BEX exchange rate because when he gets to the border, he has no choice than to go with whatever rate that is offered to him. And this is because you may be wondering, why is it that Kennedy cannot just go to the bank? It's because the payment landscape in Africa is fragmented and is outdated. Payment from one African country must first pass through the US or Europe before it is destination in another African country, as you can see here. On top of that, you must first exchange your local currency, which is the Nigerian naira, to the US dollars, then convert back to the currency of the receiving country for a transaction to be concluded, which makes the transaction more expensive due to FX volatility, and the transaction could also take weeks to conclude. And our solution is very simple. We focus on matching currency inflows and outflows within Africa. By doing this, we make the transaction 90% cheaper and instant on AmaPay. So currently, the cost for cross-border payment before AmaPay, if you have to do it through the bank, it is about 20% of the transaction volume. At the same time, it takes about 3 to 5 business days for a transaction to be concluded. The market size is a $45 billion annual revenue market, and the serviceable addressable market as we have here is $9 billion. And we are very confident that in our 5th year of operation, we should be able to capture at least $250 million in annual revenue. Our competition. I've often heard people say that the cross-border payment landscape in Africa is crowded. So why are you going into cross-border payment? The thing is that most of the cross-border payment we have, payment solution we have today in Africa, focus on payment between Africa and the US, payment to China, payment to Europe. People are not really looking at payment between African countries, like we have Azza Finance there. And then we also have OPay. People tend to confuse us with OPay. When we tell people the idea we're working on, say, oh, is it like OPay? Well, it's not like OPay, although OPay is also operational in other African countries, but you cannot transfer money from OPay to someone in Kenya or to someone in Cameroon. You can only do inter-country payment with OPay. That is within Africa. OPay Africa cannot communicate with OPay Ghana. Please go back a bit. And then we have the legacy banks, the commercial banks, which of course they are very slow and expensive. And AmaPay makes inter-Africa payment instant, affordable, and on top of that, we acquire customers directly, unlike most B2B players that focus on partnerships to acquire their own customers. Next, please. Our business model is very straightforward. We charge a small transaction fee and a small FX spread on the exchange rate. By doing this, we make the transaction still 90% cheaper. So I am the founder, as I said, and I have experience working across 5 African markets. I've worked at OPay, and I've also worked at Pan-African IT solution companies where we build financial solutions for banks and financial institutions. Our vision is simple. Our vision is to make it easy and possible for every individual and businesses to connect with opportunities across every corner of Africa through instant and affordable payment. And partnerships we have regarding our traction, we have secured partnership across 5 African markets, including Cameroon, Benin Republic, Kenya, Ghana, and Ivory Coast. We have our MVP, which is functional. We have small revenue, and we have user registrations currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause for Amape, please. Skill up with CardSoul. Skill up with CardSoul. Please, you have just 5 minutes. Your pitch should not go past that. I have my timer here, and as soon as it's 5 minutes, I will stop you. Thank you so much. All the best.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chioma Obabi, and today I'm going to take you through Souk, Skill Up with CardSoul. I'd like to ask a question before I go straight into my pitch. The question is, if everyone in this room decides to venture into a tech skill, let's say coding or data analytics, they are all amazing. We need them, right, to survive right now because that's the buzz. Who's going to take over the handiwork? Who would make my hair? Who would barb your hair? Who would make the outfit you're wearing? Who's going to make the shoes you're going to wear? Or who is even going to do a whole lot of other things? The furniture, the electric work. That is where Souk comes in. Next slide. So Skill Up with CardSoul is an edtech startup that is equipping young Nigerians with vocational skills, job placement support after they've learned these skills, and access to financial support, helping them break the cycle of poverty and having to make a move of economic mobility among these young people. Next slide. And what's the problem? In Nigeria right now, we know that there's a whole lot of high youth unemployment. There's limited access to quality education, especially in low-income communities. These young people are very willing to learn. And corporate organizations are also looking for them in high demand because right now, they need them. And also, we've also noticed that a lot of young people that have already gotten these skills also find it difficult to get startup support for themselves to start their businesses. Next slide. And that is where we come in. We came in with 3 solutions, which is the Souk Learn, Souk Work, and Souk Finance. Souk Learn, like I already said, is where these young people learn vocational skills from anywhere, tutor-led, but comprehensive from anywhere. Souk Work is where they can actually get onboarded to start getting hired, or where young people or corporates can actually hire these young people. And finally, Souk Finance, where we help them secure funding at low interest rates for them to be able to start making up their own business. Next slide. Now, what's the market opportunity? We know over 20 million young Nigerians are living in low-income communities and they don't have access to jobs. And the technical gig market is actually going to hit about $1.4 billion in the next 5 years. And we want to tap into that, building a more robust and energetic community of young people that are very vibrant to work. And what's significant, a lot of people are looking for demand workers, like I already said, and then we're looking for people are also looking for an integrated approach where they can get low interest rates to be able to start up their businesses. Next slide. Now, how do we make money? Very simple. We make money from training fees, where corporate pay us to actually take on CSR projects for them and help identify core students that are willing to learn these skills. We also make money from job placement fees, commissions from our marketplace. So when you get onboarded, we make commissions from when you get a job, and micro loan interest. Next slide. Oh, this is our financial traction, but it's not showing. So last year, we were able to make over $40,000, where we actually had about 15 to 20% off the profit margin. Next slide. So far, we've done this for over 2,800 young people that are living in low-income communities, created over 900 job placements for them, and disbursed over $30,000 for these people, over 200 entrepreneurs with micro loans, and 90% loan repayment rates since we started. Next slide. These are fundraising. We're looking for funding now to help us to actually do serious marketing and awareness so that more people can get to see what we're doing and come and utilize our platform to actually train more young people. And we also want to expand our operations. Right now, we're looking at going to NYSC camps to do pop-ups and workshops, helping them understand that it's not only about when you get a job, but you can actually start getting handiworks and making money from any part of the world. Next slide. All right, this is our future roadmap, training expansions. We want to increase and add more training, skills trainings. We already have 18 of them, carpentry, shoemaking, tailoring, a lot more. Our job, we want to start creating more jobs. We have 900 out of 2,800, so that means we have more. So we want to create more jobs, so we can only do that through marketing. Finances, services. We already know that most of the traditional banks or the new income banks, they give financial loans, but there is none tailored for these young people in low-income communities, and it makes it difficult, but we're trying to build inclusivity by providing this access for them. Tech development, we'll keep improving what we have already, where once you come in, you can feel that, yes, Souk is improving. Next slide. Finally, this is my amazing team, core members, though we have about 14 tutors that are helping us train these young people in various skills. But myself, the co-founder, Kelvin Steve, the CTO and the co-founder, Margaret Carlo is working as our operations, making sure that everything goes seamlessly. And we have a financial person that also helps us to make sure we get that 90% repayment since we've started. I believe that Souk is the beginning of changing the workforce of Nigeria and improving the lives of young people in low-income communities. And when you support us here today or follow us on this journey, you're helping us to create more opportunities for these young people and putting Nigeria on the map for great things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for her. Well-Logged Tech. Please, a round of applause for Well-Logged Tech. Please, your time is 5 minutes, and as soon as it's 5 minutes, I will stop you. Thank you so much.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Frederick Agabi. I quickly want to introduce you to Well-Logged Tech. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the organizer of this conference. Join me as I introduce you to Well-Logged Tech. Well-Logged Tech is a registered company, and this is our ProTech solution that we are offering. Please, can I go to the next slide? This is not our slide, please. All right, Well-Logged Tech is a ProTech solution that addresses the PPAIN problem that Nigerians are going through. And we have a mission and a vision, and our vision is to ensure that we facilitate the landscape management facility in Nigeria and across Africa. So what do we do? First, I'd like to introduce Mr. Emeka. Mr. Emeka is a businessman who has spent millions of naira building a state-of-the-art warehouse, and that warehouse is not visible. It's lying waste at the site. Nobody sees it. And also, the reason for building this technology is that when I was redeployed from Benin to Owerri, it took me 4 months before I could get an apartment. Now, have you ever been in a situation where you relocate from Lagos to Abuja and finding an apartment is difficult? These are the problems that Well-Logged Tech addresses. Or a driver that wants to steer his way from Lagos to Abuja, unable to get a fund to buy gas. So these are the pros, what Well-Logged Tech addresses. Well-Logged Tech is a ProTech solutions that address these PPAIN problems with all together in one app. With your app, you can book an apartment anywhere from Nigeria, and you can also book a truck from the comfort of your home without going to the park. And apart from that, a customer wants to track the visibility of their truck, the visibility of their goods. When a driver carries goods from Lagos to Abuja, some persons are worried, and how do they track it? So with Well-Logged Tech, we have this facility ready. On your app, you can you can monitor these processes. So when you are relocating from Abuja to Lagos, you can as well book an apartment where a facility owner can log into the app, upload their facility, and everyone, you can get to see those facility and book them. So that is what Wellotech is offering. And Wellotech, with Wellotech, you can also request for a facility for a driver that have already carried this contract. You understand? A driver that has carried contracts to deliver goods, and the driver needed some finance, he can also log in to request for that loan. So probably the screen, I like to talk more from the screen and introduce most of these products because I'm not seeing them. So that is one of we offer facility, and why Wellotech is different is that we have a competitor. We are into logistic, apartment, warehouse facility, credit facility, and a payment system. So all these things are together in one app where you can book apartment from the comfort of your home, anywhere, warehouse, and at the same time, also be able to book for truck logistic. Now imagine yourself going to a park to rent a truck, and you get to the park and they tell you the old driver, they've gone. Imagine the time wasted. So with Wellotech, you don't need to go to the park anymore. From your comfort of your home, you can log into the app and book for a truck, and at the same time also track the truck from the comfort of your home. The same thing with apartment, where facility owner can log into the app and list their property on the app. Once the facility has been verified, approved, then you can log into the app and search based on your budget, location, and you see the details of the apartment, and you can also view them from the Google map to see, okay, this is the area I'm going, I don't like it. Now, these are the reasons.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. Thank you. Let me speak with the judges because there was a time allotted, right? Yeah, a few things.
Judges, a decision. I'm thinking it after everyone
All right, thank you so much, judges. It has been unanimously agreed that after everyone, he can still come back to, pitch. Thank you for fighting for the masses. All right, judges, do you have questions for the pitchers before we continue, specifically the ones that already, of course, aside the last person from Wellog. Okay, let's finish. Thank you so much, sir. All right, Kiki Farms. Please, your time, you have 5 minutes. After the 5 minutes, I will stop you. Thank you so much. All right, so you have the wrong slide with it. Let's be sure. Okay, you can use that mic if you're fine. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Favor. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Favor Adeleke. I'm the founder of Kiki Farms Global Limited, and my co-founder is here as well. Kiki Farms is basically an agri-tech and food distribution startup that delivers freshness to you every day. Right? Next, no, this is not my slide, God. This is not it. I sent the new one, please. so sorry. I'm so sorry about this, but this is not the slide.
How did they get this slide, please?
I sent an updated one. This is just like 4 pages. There's an updated one of 10 pages, not this one.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir. Okay, let's just move to the next person and then try to sort your slide before. Okay, I just need to speak with the judges. All right, thank you very much. Supplier, please a round of applause for him. Please, you have 5 minutes. As soon as your 5 minutes elapses, I will stop you. Thank you so much. All the best. I hope your slide is there.
Definitely. And judges, please, you'd want to look back. These slides look very nice. Hi everyone, my name is Joy Adenuro, the CTO at Supplier. I'm sure if you've bought spaghetti recently, you know spaghetti now costs over 1,000 naira, 500 gram, but it wasn't so 3 months ago. I'd like to tell you something. Next slide, please. We've been working with this brand, and what we found out is that they had a plan for you to actually buy products lesser than you buy them. But why are you buying these products more expensive? Next slide. It's because traditional sourcing is tough. The ecosystem is broken because supply chain costs 40% of everything you buy today. Now, we also found that there's a demand-supply gap. You probably know about VSR, Advanced Sales Rep, who go about selling products of brands, but they don't even get to those people who want to buy it because they're only focusing on the major market. Now today, because we are in a fragmented market, fast-moving consumer goods is difficultly sourced by retailers because they need to go from one supplier to another before getting the product. And that's what Supplier is solving. Next slide, please. So what we've created is a digital multi-vendor marketplace, meaning that supplier of Seaway Water and Bell Impex products and cooking margarine and cooking oil can all be found from one platform. So a typical mom and pop shop can source products, pay for those products, even sell their own products on our platform free of charge, and also digitize their own supply chain. Next slide, please. Now, this is simply how it works, and this is where Temai comes in, because retailers can easily source their products all in just one place. Vendors can list the product, sell, and start getting paid. Because we know that most of these users don't have access to emails or don't constantly check emails, we've made it possible for them to get alerts when they have a new order, when they need to pay, or when they receive payments, so that it's all within one ecosystem to buy, sell, and pay. Next slide, please. Today, we're competing with the likes of Omnibis, which is the fastest growing company in Africa today. But one thing we've identified is that interest-free credit makes it possible for these retailers to sell more and buy more. Indeed, it is because a typical retailer only earns about 3% of everything they sell. So how would you tell them to pay 6% interest? So we've worked with Ever Africa to create a smart credit opportunity where users can buy products from us for free for 30 days without having to pay any interest. We're asset light, and we're giving these retailers storefront free of charge to list their products when they decide to sell. Also, we're conducting seller KYC and KYB to ensure that they only buy from verified suppliers only. Next slide, please. You jumped out, we make money, so we only earn about 3 to 5% when we sell Bell Impex or other products that we sell. Very soon we're integrating, and we're going to be giving access to bill payments, value-add subscription, as well as some other planned revenue success. So we're sure there's success along the way. Next slide. So we're currently playing a $20 billion market, which means that we're capturing a lot of value as we operate with well over 42 million retailers who are able to use digital assets to make the product sell faster. Next slide. Next slide, the magic wand. All right, guys, since that's taking some time to move, already we've earned over 100,000 in revenue and $500,000 as GMV. Please, can you try to move the slides? I have a lot of other things to show. Okay. All right, guys, if that's not possible, today we are part of, please, can we get the slides to move? Oh my. It's quite embarrassing. Okay, yeah, basically we're building a one-stop shop to make it possible for retailers to source their products and sell their products, and also to perform other actions within their supply chain to digitize the whole thing. So basically, think of it this way. When next you walk into an Adidas or into a spa, you might just be able to buy products cheaper because there's a supplier, just one supplier they need to make all of this possible. This is the amazing team. Okoyemi Kende, who is the co-founder with me, myself, and also Osama, who is the CTO. Shina Rugunade is on the team as our advisor. And we've been working on this together. We've been together for over 7 years. We combine a 15-year experience. Next slide, please. So you see why I needed to see those slides. Very beautiful people. Next slide, please. Oh my. Yeah, so today we've ended partnership with more than 6 brands. That includes also Ever Africa, like I mentioned, that gives us access to smart credit for our retailers. We have 40 plus active suppliers and over 250 retailers. And as you can see, we're today participating in accelerators by Lagos State, by International Finance Corporation, that's Shewins Africa. We're one of the 100 startups across Africa that are currently in that program. Flourish Africa, Ayoba, MTN. We're currently also in the Microsoft for Startups Founders Hub, NVIDIA Inception program. And last year we were awarded for the most adaptable business model 2023 by Adenian Labs. Thank you. Next slide. So we're currently seeking $250,000 in pre-seed funding to make us take this forward to reach 9,000 suppliers. Our mobile app is currently in close testing, so I'd like all of you to try it out. Our web app is live and currently transacting. We're looking to be generating some very good income by Q4 2025 and launch new products. Next slide, I guess that's about it.
Thank you so much. Please a round of applause for him. All right. Kiki Farms, do you have your slides up? Are you fine now? Sorry? All right.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Favor Ade. Oh, sorry. Let me know. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone, once again. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Yeah, my name is Favor Adeleke, and I'm the co-founder at Kiki Farms Global Limited. Kiki Farms is basically Nigeria's fastest growing agri-tech and food distribution startup. What we basically do is delivering freshness to you every day. Next slide. So did you know that an average Nigerian spends between 59 to 65% of their monthly income on food? Of course, we can all attest to the high rise in terms of inflation of food products, and we would like to share more reasons why you spend that much on food products. Next slide. So before I proceed, I would like to ask a question, right? What was the last food product you bought, and how much was it? Would anyone like to? Okay, you can proceed, please. So what was the last food product you bought, and how much was it? All right. Might anyone want to share that again? Any food product you bought, And how much was it? Okay, all right, thank you. So the bell pepper she got for 6,000 naira, maybe at My 12 or ShopRite or any major supermarket, you can actually get that product on Kiki Farms for as low as 2,850 naira. Meaning, what you get from an open market, we give you over 100% lesser or 50% lesser what you're getting, meaning you don't have to spend so much of your monthly income on food because we've created a platform that enables the pricing to be very low. Now, what's causing the problem? Over 3.5 trillion naira is lost annually from from post-harvest losses, right? And most of the farmers or retailers that buy these products, they would want to make up a mark of what they sell. So if about 30 to 50% of this product are wasted, they wouldn't want to run at a loss. So that's why you're buying your food products very expensive, alongside other problems ranging from foodborne disease, poor distribution system, majorly causes food wastage in Nigeria and food insecurity. That's not the problem we're solving. Next slide. All right, thank you. So at Kiki Farms, we've been able to build Nigeria's fastest growing digital ecosystem that's onboarded over 5,000 farmers from Northwest, Southwest, and Northeast Nigeria to basically grow food products. And we've created an ecosystem for distribution where we use airplanes, cold chain ecosystems such as cooling vans, iCells, and we have 2 already solar-powered cold hub in Lagos, Nigeria. We've created a very safe supply chain and innovative ecosystem and a digital food pharmacy. Next slide. All right, so our numbers here, we've made, as of last year's FX rating, over $130,000 in revenue. We are a team of 12. We sold 45,000 units of food products, and we distributed over 10,000 food products across West Africa. We have we basically onboarded another extra farmers into our product, and we've exported 100 tons of food products to Canada, to US, and the UK. Next slide. All right, achievement, basically feeding 5,000 families. Our products are sold in 6 states, 30 supermarkets, with a team of 13. We've made over 30,000 online engagement. Next slide. All right, products we distribute are basically livestock, fruits, vegetables, cash crops, of which we export. Next slide. So yeah, Africa's food agriculture is going to be worth $1 trillion. Next slide. And this leaves us with a question: how is Africa going to feed itself? Africa won't be able to feed itself. Sorry, go back to that slide. Africa won't be able to feed itself if we've not been able to create an ecosystem for food distribution, which alone costs about 3.5 trillion naira worth of food loss in Nigeria annually, right? So if the government keep focusing on production and they're not solving the problem of distribution, it's just repeating the same problems, right? Until we basically invest in ensuring that our food distribution platforms are meeting a global standard, we will still be having the same problem. And that's why Kiki Farms is really solving a very impactful problem. Next slide. Right. Of course, the agriculture industry contributes about 30% of our GDP, and the food market is over $231 billion in Nigeria. Next slide. So we aim to be the Amazon of organic food products. We basically sell to low and middle class Nigerians, restaurants, supermarket, hospitality companies. Next slide. Our competitive analysis, our products are very affordable, just like I shared earlier. So if you want to get products for less, I think you have more reasons to buy from us. We have a cold chain ecosystem. We have over 5,000 farmers in our ecosystem. And in Lagos, we deliver our products within 60 minutes. Next slide. Next slide, cutting edge technology. We have strategic partnership with farmers and communities. Next slide. Next slide. All right, some of our clients here, you can see high-rise authority companies, the Radisson Blue, Moving
Right,
ShopRite.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
All right then. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Please, a round of applause for him. Next, Cash Africa. You have 5 minutes. As soon as your 5 minutes is up, I will stop you. Thank you so much.
Declined transactions are still unresolved. At Cash Africa, I'm sure we have all experienced wanting to pay, where you are faced with delays in confirmation of payment, declined transactions. I paid, they charged me, I didn't receive the reversal. What we are building is the contactless payment solution for Africa. Our infrastructure enables you to tap your phone on POS devices to pay in under 1 second. Eliminating the need for multiple breakpoints, delay in confirmation of transactions, and you can access this from your mobile app, from your bank. Next slide. As I said, the current infrastructure, right, does not support same-day settlements. The current infrastructure does not support low cost, right? And there are multiple breakpoints. If you want to pay at a Money Point POS today, even if Money Point is active, right, and you use First Bank, you will face problem. You know, if you want to pay with a Verve card, right, the Verve payment is routed through a minimum of 4 breakpoints to make sure that the transaction is successful. Next slide. Now, with our solution, in under 1 second, you can tap your phone on POS devices to pay in under 1 second. And the POS devices are not new POS devices. They are existing POS devices in the market, meaning that people that we are activating today already have the POS to use. We just deliver the software infrastructure to enable contactless payments to work. Our infrastructure has 1 breakpoint, meaning that even when NIBS, as they say, the almighty NIBS of the financial landscape in Africa, in Nigeria, even when NIBS is down, your contactless payments will go through. Next slide. I think there's a session for questions, so I'll take the questions. Now, how does it work, right? Today, you can download Cash Mobile and make contactless payments at activated merchants. Or if you are a bank, a fintech, or a wallet app, you can integrate our API and tools to offer contactless payments to your users. And you're going to make, as an issuer, 0.2% of that transaction as revenue. And if you're an acquirer in that transaction, you will make 0.3%. Next slide. Now, why is it now that contactless payment, or Africa is ready for contactless payment? I remember I got back to Nigeria and I tried to get a card. And of course, the most primary form of payment is the debit card. And I was told I need to visit the bank, or the alternative is to pay with transfer everywhere I went. And I remember waiting for, I think, about 30 minutes for a transaction to be confirmed, right? Even though the penetration of internet in Africa is exploding. In Nigeria only, the NCC said about 156 million people, right, have active mobile devices that are internet enabled, right? But you still face these breakpoints. As I said, 40% of declined transactions are unresolved. This is data from the CBN. Even though more people have smartphones, more people are using digital banking apps, more people are online. The infrastructure in Africa does not support 2024 payments. Next slide. Our market sizing looks at, of course, the number of people that has NFC-enabled devices and the amount that we currently make per transaction, forecasting each user at $1.5 in revenue per month. As of today, we've processed ₦500 million in transactions. Next slide. Our business model, as I said, we charge up to 1.5% on the transaction to the merchant, meaning that compared to interbank instant transfers, you can pay without having to secure charges on your account. Next slide. We are currently available on the App Store and Play Store. We are currently integrating Sterling Bank, OPay, and MoneyPoint to also be able to deliver these contactless payments to their own users. And we've processed over ₦500 million, as I said. And one of the reasons why we would win is our exclusiveness to Apple infrastructure.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Right Fraser. Next. Please, a round of applause. Right Fraser. You have 5 minutes, and as soon as your 5 minutes elapses, I will stop you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm taking this just so if I get any instructions, I can go ahead with my laptop. Thank you. Before I go ahead, I want to tell you a story. So in December 2023, I was planning for my office end-of-year party. I made an order of issue from an online vendor, an IG vendor. Everything went well. I made payment, I did everything until the point of delivery. I got connected to my courier. He gave me a call and told me he's on his way to me. And that was the last time I heard from him. Up until today, myself, the vendor, we do not know anything that happened to the person. I didn't get my money back. I didn't get the shoes. I only got apologies. This is the reason why we are building Right Fraser. Though the e-commerce sector in Nigeria or the online businesses in Nigeria have grown massive followership online, they have a problem of they have been unable to find efficient ways of delivering and retrieving their goods. Can you take me to the next slide, please? Yes. Though the e-commerce sector in Nigeria, or the online businesses that you have, the IG guys, the Twitter guys, the Facebook people, they've had a massive followership. But unfortunately, they still have a problem of delivering and retrieving their products. They often spend a lot of time in searching for couriers to deliver their products, and this takes massive time. This is why we are building Right Fraser, the logistics infrastructure for Nigeria's online stores and SMEs. Take the next slide, please. Right Fraser is a tool that helps e-commerce platforms and SMEs to simplify their deliveries and returns. We are addressing a critical pain point of millions of Nigerian businesses, which is the lack of reliable and efficient logistics solution. Our platform offers a comprehensive solution which simplifies order fulfillment for everybody, down to inventory management and returns. What we do really is we integrate seamlessly with existing online stores by using their social media platforms, by empowering also their different businesses, and we also reach businesses of all sizes. Next slide, please. In Nigeria, there's a projected market size of about 58.6 billion USD for the last mile delivery, and we're hoping to take part in this market by 2029. For our revenue and for our business and revenue model, we offer a tiered merchant subscription fee and, of course, a delivery service charge, which is us hitting a 3.8 million USD in revenue by 2029. Take me to the next slide, please. Thank you. This is literally everything that comes out there. I think that the mist, can you take me to the next slide, please? I think that a slide is missed here. I'm supposed to show you a demo of what we are supposed to do. I think they've taken it out anyways. But I'll move on. I'll move on to the next slide, please. Can we take the next slide? For our competitive landscape, we currently, for Right Fraser, we provide the on-demand, of course, localized and courier network, which we are the only ones that do it. The aggregators do not do that, and the couriers do not do that as well. Secondly, we provide an integrated courier partners. We do this. Obviously, aggregators like SendStack do it as well. However, couriers do not have a hand in here. We provide a multi-channel integration for all small businesses and online businesses. You know, we are the only ones that get to do it right now. We do not have any other guys who do this. And lastly, integrated payment and checkout. So we have everything in one place. You're buying in one place, you are checking out in one place, we're also getting you tied to a courier in one place without you having to scout for courier whatsoever. Take the next slide, please. Yes, this is exactly how the platform looks like. We have a merchant portal.
All right.
A merchant portal. I'll just close out here.
So much.
Myself and the men are building this, and we are calling on you to please join us in helping Nigerian online businesses to do better with their deliveries. Thank you.
All right. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, I think we can have Well-Log Tech return if they are ready. I believe that should. All right, fantastic. Please, you have 5 minutes. A round of applause for him. He's here to fight again. A round of applause for him. Thank you. 5 minutes after your time is up, I would stop you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, first, I'm grateful for this opportunity. Join me as I introduce you to Well-Log Tech. It's a digital protect solution. Our mission and vision is digitalizing our facility management landscape in Nigeria. So what is the tech focus behind this idea? Well-Log Tech is an innovative protect solution designed to optimize logistic, transportation management by leveraging on advanced technology. Our platform aims to significantly reduce the stress and hassle that people face when they are looking for apartments, trucks, and streamline operation in logistic industry. We seamlessly connect businesses, customers, and driver, fostering a new opportunity for those that are involved. Please, let's go to the next slide. So, these are our team, and my co-founder, Mr. Philip Iweko, has 15 years experience in CISO, cybersecurity, and IT governance. And myself, Frederick Agabe, and the team that are working endlessly for Well-Log Tech success. So this is our team. Please, the next slide. Now, what are the problems that we are solving? First of all, meet Mr. Emeka. He's a businessman. He has spent millions of naira building a state-of-the-art warehouse, but these warehouses are lying waste. Nobody sees them. Secondly, I want you to imagine a customer that faces a logistical issue, sourcing for truck. You go to the garage, they tell you the driver has gone. And you start looking for this driver, you don't get them. What do? And these are the problems that they are facing. They can't get these socks. And thirdly, it doesn't end there. I want you to think about a dedicated truck driver that is eager to serve, eager to drive, but he's lacking the resource, maybe the gas, money to fund the gas, money to fund the truck. And this driver has collected a contract, wants to supply goods, but he can't fund the truck. So this is another problem. And number 4, I want you to, don't forget that customer, they want to track their goods. If a customer give a driver goods and is going to Abuja, the customer want to see that, okay, from this location, this is where my goods have gone to. So this is another problem. And with Well-Log Tech, you can log in to your app, you can book an apartment, you can also order a truck, you can also book warehouse, and you can also do a credit facility for drivers that have gotten a contract, all in one app. This is what Well-Log Tech offer. It's your one-stop solution for seamless relocation in Nigeria and Africa. With our innovative platform, you can book an apartment, warehouse, truck, and you easily, from the comfort of your home, by saying goodbye to hassle and stress. So what is the benefit of our app? We have advanced route optimization, integration platform, sustainability tracking, access utilization, and fuel efficiency management. So this is what our app does. And currently we have launched, or we are currently doing a rigorous testing. It's on the MPV stage, and we've already launched and we have some active download. All right, please, next slide. Now we have a competitor. What sets us apart from our competitor? Kobo 360 is our competitor, and they are only based on logistic. But what sets us apart is that we are integrating 5 modules into our platform. 1, apartment bookings. 2, warehouse management. 3, truck logistic and credit facility and a payment system. With our app, users can fund their wallet. If you want to pay for an apartment, when a lister has uploaded the property and the property has been verified and you want to make payment, you can log into your app, fund your wallet, and make the payment. So we connect businesses and users and customers and driver all together in the app. So this is what sets us apart, these 5 modules. All right, please, can we go to the next one? Now, every investors want to make their money. If I invest in your business, how do I make my money? So these are the revenue generation model for Wellotech. For Wellotech.
All right.
Okay. So these are the revenue generation.
Thank you.
And this is our market.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. All right. I think that was really good, brilliant presentation. Please, a round of applause for all the pitches. Round of applause. Amazing stuff. All right, I'll now hand the microphone to the judges. I think there's some questions that they would ask the pitches before we go on. So judges, please.
All right. Yeah, so let's give a round of applause to all the founders. And I want us to also give a round of applause to the team at Temai for this selection of founders, because I mean, it was all the pitches had like different variety and were of different quality as well. But going from such a large list to this shows like a lot of thought has gone into this. I think I just have general comments, then I have specific questions. So I think I'll give general comments, allow the rest of my colleagues to give general comment, then we'll go into specific questions. It was a nice speech, and I just want everyone to know that whenever you're giving pitches like this, 101 things that are not in your control can go wrong, but you need to maintain 100% composure. Yeah. So when you're giving a presentation, I don't necessarily care that the slides are not up, because you can meet me in an elevator and that's where we're having the conversation, and that's it, right? The best investment pitches don't have like a long drawn presentation deck, and they were decks that were almost 15 to 20 pages, right? So you don't expect me to turn and be looking at it. I'm supposed to be looking at you, right? So just own your product is your product. The deck is not the primary thing. So, and also just maintain that presence. All you have as a founder is really that presence, the executive presence, to start with. Then, in terms of what I notice across bodies, there is the urge to actually solve a lot of problems in one. I would urge caution, and I would say a lot of people could use a lot more focus, because, for example, not to put anyone on the spot because you're getting to questions and answer. For the person who wants to supply, say, food to all levels of customers, from consumer to government to retail and everything, there's a startup called Vendis. They only procure for hotels and restaurants and that kind of business, and they have raised about 80. They are currently valued at over $200 million. You say you want to do warehousing, logistics on the same platform. You want to help people find apartments. I think there are a lot of things happening there. Less is more, and with more focus, you can scale even faster. And in terms of the team, when I say why you, right? You guys have like a lot of amazing problems that you want to solve. When you're presenting, we want to see that I can come up here and say, oh, you know, I want to build the AI for dog barking that will help you recognize, you know, what dog and this. But I can just come and say anything. But if I have like an experience in machine learning, I've worked as a veterinary doctor, it kind of makes sense, right? AI for pets or something. So when you're talking about your team, we're not just saying years of experience. It's more around what's the domain expertise, what's the composition of the team like. Where you find out that you are tech focused, you may want to get someone that has like a domain expertise that's related to that, operationally speaking. But overall, it was a great pitch. I look forward to, you know, delving into the specific question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
A whole lot, really, across board. I think one other thing I would just want to mention is things around competition analysis, competitive advantage, and target market. I think I noticed that we're not able to articulate a lot of things around these three things, you know, and I think it's something to improve on, you know, how to clearly communicate who or what our target market is. If you have them across different levels, be able to clearly list them, you know, what your competitive advantage is, you need to be able to articulate it. I saw more generic things rather than being specific. You know, also in terms of competition, I think we need to do more research who our competitors are, you know, and I think that's something.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the pitches. It was good. So when I'm not doing Termite, this is what I'm doing, just talking to founders, basically. I spend time doing that. The selection of the startups are good. I think for some, you just need to, like, listening to what he said, the first judge said, you know, there are things that you should focus on. Number one thing is, trust me, I've been doing this for 10 years, so I know what I'm saying. He said something, less is good. Try to focus. When I started, we could have done so many things. I noticed one of the mistakes I started with was using a lot of buzzwords and trying to do so many things. I've done so many things in my life, you know, with Termite. So if you go back and check what Termite has done, we've done so many things. Until one day I realized, I had to ask myself that, seriously, what are you guys? Like, what are we? You know, I had to focus. I said, you know what, we're just an SMS company or like a messaging company, that's all, bulk messaging, that's all. You know, and I just focused on that and forgot every other thing. I went straight at that. And when I did that, that's when I was able to realize that, wait, okay, in this messaging, what is the real problem that the companies are looking for? And we realized that at that time, there were very few infrastructure for things like OTPs and notifications, and we just stayed there. People were saying, going to advertising. I said, no, let's just focus on OTPs and notification, that's all. You know, and funny enough, that was just it, you get, and we've scaled that now to over 1 billion transactions, right? So focus on just go small, right? Don't try and do, later on you can do many things. Right now we do many things now, you know, and nobody will complain, right? You get. But for now, just focus on that small thing. And the startup I think you should focus on is the guy doing logistic stuff. You need to go, why you are supposed to be on this panel and why I feel investors watching should focus on your business is that you yourself don't even know your company. There's a company in the US called U-Haul. Now that company is a big company, valued a lot. That company does strictly, what do you call it? That you want to move stuff, rent a truck, they have a storage facility. See, if you go to Silicon Valley or in California, you will notice that almost everywhere are storage facilities. Everywhere in the US, storage. I'm wondering, what are they doing storage for? Basically, until I needed it, that's when I realized that it was very important. For example, you are moving. In Nigeria, if you are moving, you basically have to sell off a lot of things. If you're moving from one apartment to the other, you have to sell something. Why? Because your new space might not be able to take everything. In the US, it's different. If you're moving stuff that you cannot store in your house, you go store in the storage facility, and you have your own code. No attendees. You just go there, put your code, store your stuff. you take a truck by yourself, take the key, drive it to your house, pack the stuff, and store it there and go back home. That's all. And that's all they do, and they are everywhere. You understand? So just focus on that, and you are good, basically. And for the other companies too, also less is very good, basically. And I think lastly, what I will just mention is also in competitive analysis to try and work on that, right? Try and work on that competitive analysis. I think it will be good for you to really know what other people are doing in your space. I think that should be all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Well done to everyone. My only general comment is this. I assume that you were told you had 5 minutes for the pitch, and I think that you should have tailored your pitch to that time. So you didn't need 10 slides, for example. You could have very short slides, go straight to the most important points, and deliver excellently, all right? And to just reiterate what the first judge said, your pitch is not your pitch deck, right? What you say is your pitch. How you say it is your pitch. What you choose to express is your pitch. Your pitch deck is just a tool that helps your audience follow you, but it can also be distracting, and it was distracting for some people. So please, firstly, if you have to do something like this again, keep it really short based on the time that you have. Prepare for 4 minutes if you have 5 minutes, because you most likely will run over time. And make your pitch deck a tool that supports your pitch rather than distracts your audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, kudos to all the founders that have pitched today. I think you guys are really amazing. One thing I just would pick out is storytelling. Some of you were able to tell your stories well, while others weren't. There's a way you can capture people from storytelling. When you say the story very well, I'm very well informed about what you are building, and I'm able to make judgment whether I want to use the product or whether it's even a product that I can use. So let's focus on that. It will help you even in other pitches. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time and your contribution. I think all right, because of our time, I'm communicating with the team. What we'll do is the judges will have maybe 1 or 2 minutes, ask one question each, if absolutely necessary, and then we'll just move on from there. I hope that's fine. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I have just 2 questions.
All right.
First question is for the Cash Africa guy, right? I know
Cash Africa, please.
Yes, like I said. Yes, okay. No, you can just stand with the mic.
Yes, just hold on. I'll get the mic to you.
So, like I said, right, I've been in the industry for 10 years now, and I've tried to do many things. I've tried to do many things. Trust me. So, I've done profiling on your business model before, trying to do what you want to do. Right, at some point. And I remember very well, I don't know if it has changed, but I remember very well that the problem at that time, maybe it was 3 years ago, so the problem at that time was that I don't know if it's called infrastructure, right, in Nigeria, or the system in Nigeria in that space does not support, products like Square in Nigeria, basically. That's those kind of devices that do all those fancy stuff. Right, so that's why many of the companies like MoneyPay and the rest all use the traditional POS that is there. So it's not a problem of the fact that they are not innovative. It's the fact that there is already a system in place, and it's very difficult for them to bring in new stuff, because if not, guys like Nomba and Co would have done it, basically, right? So the question is, why is your own How did you crack that, basically? Right, that's one. Then secondly, this contactless payments, I've used it in different countries that I go to, and I hate using it. Right now, the reason why I hate using it is because I've used it twice, and those twice I've had to go to my bank to block my card, right? Because the fraud issues there is extremely high. There are guys that literally stay in open areas, like maybe you put your stuff in a restaurant, right? Or you put your stuff in the airport, and while you are tapping it, there's something they call, I forgot what it's called. It's a device that people carry around, and they can scan literally your entire card. Basically, I have to use this anywhere I go. So I use this actually, right, for all my cards and my, just basically. So if I'm going in an airport, I'm always with this stuff, right? Because there are guys that actually scan your cards, right? And I've been scanned twice, you know, and once I go home, I started receiving debits, like until the bank had to block my account. And I use it at a coffee shop, and you know that happened. I just scanned my card, and immediately they started debiting me. So now, if in advanced countries, that's a problem. In Nigeria, you know, we are more smarter than those guys. You know, so how do you intend to really fix this fraud problem?
Yeah, so I'll just start from the second question. It's very straightforward for us. So it's a contactless payment infrastructure, right? Meaning that our product is software. So before we authorize a transaction, right, we collect authorization from the user initiating the transaction. So that comes in form of Face ID or PIN. So while your card in your pocket is not safe, your Apple Pay is safe. So it's the same model that we rolled out in Africa. So if you want to complete a contactless transaction today, you authorize that transaction, right? And the transaction, you then tap your phone. So the transaction is very safe. And apart from that, of course, every transaction is tokenized, meaning that the information being transmitted in the process of the transaction does not carry any hint or remote.
So it's like you're not getting what I'm saying. The problem is not your software. The problem is that before your software even picks this stuff, right? Once that NFR, I forgot what they call
NFC.
NFC, the Bluetooth stuff is activated. There are stuffs that bypass that whole thing. So it's not has nothing to do with your software.
Yeah,
so
so I've worked in this space, right? On my team, we have people from InterSwitch, Sterling Bank, you know, 54 Gene, Radar Branch. So we've worked in this space, and I can tell you that the reason why fraud happens with contactless payments is because those payments are not authorized. So you tap your card and exchange the details of your card on a reader, right? Meaning that anybody that is able to grab those same details can put it into the system and charge it. Now,
one last question. One last question. Are you also considering time also? The time it takes. For example, let's say your device is being used in an airport, and the person's flight is leaving in 2 minutes and wants to get a bottle of water.
Yeah.
Right. How fast is it to authorize before?
Yeah, so it is 1 second, and we are currently live in Nigeria. We've processed transactions, so it is 1 second. So you pick up your phone, you look at the phone if you are using Face ID, or you enter the PIN and you tap it. That means that in that moment, what you are exchanging is a tokenized, encrypted 16 digits, you know, for that transaction. So even if somebody else is able to copy it, it is useless to them because it did not generate from their system, and they have no way of inputting it into our own system. That's the advantage of software.
All right, thank you.
Should I address the number question about why number has not done it? Yeah, so the reason they have not done it, partly due to lack of expertise, right, is also because the existing POSs in Nigeria support NFC payments. The existing, so I don't know if
you are saying to Moneypoint that is listening that
yes,
they don't have expertise.
If they have a
Moneypoint.
I didn't say they don't have expertise. I said their POS support NFC. So if you look at the POS, you see like a 3-bar in front of virtually every POS in Nigeria. You see that 3-bar. It supports NFC, but there's no infrastructure that powers it safely, and that's what we built from the ground up.
So why not just partner with these guys and sell your stuff to this company?
Yeah, so that's what exactly I said in my pitch, that we are currently integrating Sterling Bank, OPay, and Moneypoint to allow them to deliver contactless payment to their users. That's exactly what we are doing.
Okay. I think, sorry, my last question is to, sorry. Okay, yeah, I think you are the only one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I had a follow-on question for Cash Africa, but yeah, Brit. Yeah, I'll allow you, Brit. So my question will be to supplier, right? So I sensed a disconnect between your market size and business model, right? So your market size was focused on FMCGs, and your business model, you said you've done about 500K in GMV. And with your business model, you charge between 3% to 5%. 5% of 500K is not 100K. That means that the larger chunk of your revenue comes from other income. Can you clarify what those other income is? And because I saw airtime, and I was like,
so that's future. I mean, the airtime thing is future. And then, so like you rightly said, FMCG product margins don't exceed maybe at the best 7%. I mean, that's the highest we've seen. But typically on that slide, you'd see that's for products that we source from the suppliers. Now, when we're buying directly, for instance, today we buy directly from Flour Mills of Nigeria, from TGI Group, and rice today is 74,000 naira. Now, if I'm making 10% on 74,000 naira, that means, multiply the mathematics and then it gets to that point. Now, remember also that there's been a devaluation of a naira. So, 100,000 last year is probably 50,000 this year. So, that must have been a factor as well. Yeah.
So, no, I'm just trying to get.
Okay.
The way you make money now is you make a margin on the GMV.
Yes.
And you said your total GMV is 500K. Your total revenue as of today is 100K, still in dollars.
Yes.
Where is the remaining money coming from?
Okay, so before, let me take that again. So if products are sourced from other suppliers, right? So there's a distributor that is already selling the product to another person, and then they only put the product on our platform and sell, then we're only making about 3 to 5%. When we source the product ourselves, it can go as high as 10%.
So who funds your, how do you get working capital? And one last question is, around the interest-free loans you give, so what kind of partnerships do you explore, and how does that reflect on your unit economics?
Okay, great, thank you. So you agree with me, today a lot of partners give us access to credit. Bell Impex, we buy products up to 9 million naira and don't have to pay until when we want to buy the next product. So that makes it seamless. Now, for the interest-free credit, there's Ever Africa, and I think that probably they should have been here today. Ever Africa is providing smart credit card to businesses. So if you, EVEA Africa, so if you open an Ever Africa account, they start by giving that business access to about 40,000 naira to start with, and then as they continue to use it, so it's free, you're not paying back any interest, so far you pay back within 30 days. That's simply how credit cards work. Yeah, so they're providing credit card to businesses, and we have that partnership to provide to our retailers.
All right, thank you. Really love your business, by the way.
Thank you.
Sorry, just still for supplier. I wanted to ask, in your presentation, you mentioned that what is driving your solution is that there is a 40% cost that comes from retailers sourcing from several suppliers.
Yes.
So while the presentation was going on, a question just kept popping up in my head.
Sure.
How are you controlling that cost? Because I asked myself, even if the retailer don't have to go source themselves, if you are helping them to source, they can as well retain the same selling price if they are gone to source for themselves because they make more margins. So how do you address that? Because in my view, it looks like it's not within your control.
Okay.
You know, it's very much within their control, but perhaps you have a workaround that I would like to hear.
Sure. So I'll start by explaining something. The structure of supply chain, especially for FMCG in Nigeria today, is that there's a manufacturer, then a distributor, then a sub-distributor, then a wholesaler, then sub-wholesaler in some cases before retailers. So you have to go through all those lines. Now think of this today. Nestle, for instance, Flour Mills of Nigeria, they are investing heavily on van sales rep, VSRs. Now, a VSR leaves Igomu from Flour Mills and then has to go to the Eco market, but that's as much as it does. Now, people within Bagada or Uroshoki are looking to buy the same product, but the VSR is never coming there because there's a gap between supply and demand. What we're simply doing is connecting that supply to the demand. So we're not spending extra. We don't have warehouses, we don't have the vehicles, we don't pay extra. The only thing is that we bring the demand and ensure that it's connected to the supply. And it's proven.
Okay, so your solution is clear, right?
Yeah.
So maybe it will just be something for you to watch out in stating the problem you are trying to solve.
Sure.
You know, because I don't think in trying to crash prices, I think it was something I also heard from other business, which I'm also going to ask them. Sometimes we also have to know what is within our control.
Sure.
You know, yes, you are offering a solution that is relevant, that a section of the market needs, but I don't see it having a lot of impact on the end user. It helps to capture value for you. It helps to capture value for those retailers because now you're saving them some cost. And I think that is where your goal should be directed towards. But for the end user, because something typical with middlemen in businesses is that they like to make more. And so even when they are saving costs, it's supposed to be for their benefit, not for the end user.
Yeah.
You know, so I just felt.
So I think that you've missed the final point of what Supplier is doing.
Okay.
So beyond the B2B, we also do a B2B2C. And the reason why we make it possible for retailers to sell on our platform is so that manufacturers can have a view of what retailers are doing with their product.
So you're saying that on your platform,
yes,
the retailers you serve are also able to sell to their consumers.
Definitely.
So do you have a partnership with a logistics firm that helps to deliver requests and all of that? Is that something that exists?
Yes, that already exists.
Okay, so
Quickness.
then that would address the part of where you are now able to control. Maybe perhaps you are able to give some kind of a recommendation on prices for them to put up in their stores. I want to believe you have some kind of store for them.
Yes, RFP,
okay.
the water flow model.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I would just like to ask two businesses, Kiki Farms and Wright Fraser. What informed the name? Just an honest question. Kiki Farms, what informed, listening to your business, I would just want to know what's behind the name Kiki Farms, and then also for Wright Fraser also.
Okay, thank you so much. So Kiki Farms basically started as a farm, right? But we realized that in order for us to scale across Africa, we need to, since we have the expertise in terms of production, we just need to onboard farmers, give them a certain standards, you know, and we just build a distribution cold chain ecosystem to ensure that products can easily move to meet the demand of our market, right? So there's a more story that it's going to take time to share, but it's just to make things very quick, you know, and get it to the consumers. Thank you.
Okay. Please, for Wright Fraser.
Thank you for the question. So Wright Fraser is actually a combination of two words, ride and then Fraser. So Fraser actually came from, well, one of the fastest women alive, Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, right? Okay. So the Fraser there. And then based on the meaning of the, Forest Boys, so we took it to mean people who are scrappy, who work with their hands, right? Who get things done. So our goal is that we want to actually help you get things done, right? Help you deliver these things super fast, automated and simpler than what you've been doing. So we combine that, into one word.
Thank you very much. When I looked up the Fraser name, what I saw was the Forest Boys. So
Yes.
I was wondering
Yes.
what the Forest guys had to do with the logistics platform.
Yes.
All right. The reason why I asked is, part of the point of our assessment was to see how something unique around your business name, and one of the things I observed with everyone who pitched is there are some businesses that the core of the solutions that they are trying to offer, they were able to also capture that with their brand name, such that upon hearing it, you already have an inclination, to what possibly they might be doing. It's also something to consider, right? So that was why I mentioned it for Kiki Farms also, because when I also heard Kiki Farms, I thought we were going to be talking about plantations of cocoa, and so I was surprised when it was having something to do around supply chain, so just also mentioning that.
Thank you very much for that.
I think also the Where Law Tech, I think you should also look at that name, basically. Thank you.
Okay. No, it's just a comment. Okay. I think my only question is for Skill Up. I can't remember the full name, forgive me. So what you're doing is, from everyone else, is pretty unique, right? And very interesting. My question is, why can't someone else easily do this? I didn't get a sense of what makes you defensible, what gives you an advantage. So why can't someone else just do this? If I have enough money, if I have enough manpower, why can't I do this?
Okay, thank you so much for the comment for what we do at Souk. So first off, Souk is providing a solution that can help young people that are living in low-income communities.
Sorry, when you are pitching, just be calm. I actually wrote it here, so I wanted to write it. I said pitch calmly.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so Souk is actually providing young people in low-income communities, and we already know that. So I'm someone that is very big on impact, helping people in the community. I have a lot, over nearly 10 years from school of community development, learning science. And I've understood that a lot of things are going around, but the people at the low-income communities get easily neglected, right? And it takes a lot of passion and someone that is willing to understand this market to actually work with these young people. I know that people can actually do this, right? But we've taken our time to provide a solution for them. That's the first thing. And anyone could start up the business. We're building a collaborative system where people can help us. We have over 20 million young Nigerians that are unemployed, that are not skilled up, that are willing to work. We've just done 2,800 and we have a long way to go. So we're doing something that can actually make people to actually see a reason why to come into this business and help us to actually grow.
Okay, so maybe a follow-up question based on something you said. You're at 2,800. The goal, well, not the goal for you, but the problem is a 20 million people problem. How do you go from 2,800 to 20,000 in 2 years?
Okay, we can actually go to 2,000 because right now, what we're doing right now is actually looking for more partners to help us out. One slide showed there, we have a lot of organizations that are helping us to, provide the funding for us to go into these communities. And every year we go about 4 cohorts. In each class, there are about 50 people in each class, and we have about 18 courses. And if we have more organizations helping us, we worked with over 40 that has helped us to do this. And if we have more organizations coming in, we can hit 20,000 when we go to every other state around Nigeria.
Okay, final question.
Okay.
What is your retention rate? So let me define retention. How many people do you train who practice and earn over the next 1 year? How long have you been doing this, sorry?
We've done this for over 2 years.
2 years. So how many of them are trained, use what you've trained them to earn for themselves, and they do that for 1 year? And how much do they earn over that 1 year period?
All right, so we have about 45% of the 2,500 that has been trained. So I said 900 young people currently work in either with gigs, part-time, or in-house in organizations that hire from us, right? So we want to, but that means we have an 85% graduation rate. So if 100 people come into our class, we're very proud to say that about 85% of them actually graduate. It's very vigorous, and for you to actually finish, we promise everybody that comes to hire from our platform that these young people are very dedicated, because practicals in vocational education, even from online, and having 85 is a plus for us as a startup. So, thank you.
Last question. All right, just.
Okay, well done, everyone. I think my question would be for AmaPay. Okay, you guys are doing something around cross-border payments, if I'm not mistaken. So I just feel that for that section, there's a lot of licensing and also around money, the value of money not being stable at this time, converting from Naira to other currencies. So what have you been able to put in place so that you don't buy Naira at an higher rate and sell at a lower rate, or vice versa?
Okay, currently, we focus on matching currency inflows and outflows within Africa. That is to say, as the user is giving us the money, all right, in less than, of course, in every business there is a risk, you understand. But in less than an hour, we send it to our partners. You understand? And once we are able to do this, we settle the payment with the client. Our partner settles the end user, that's the recipient of the money, and it's that simple. So even if there is any FX volatility, we don't have to wait for 6 hours before repatriating funds to our partners. I don't know if you understand. Do I have to explain better? I should. Okay, maybe we should come with the question again, please. Please. Please.
Okay, maybe I don't know who your partners are, or you didn't really mention that you have partners that you're working with. Yes. You made it seem like you were doing everything all by yourself.
Okay, the thing is that why we are leveraging partners is because we are just starting out. We started operations last month, right? But our goal is to establish correspondent accounts in all these African countries. But we are starting out with partners. Of course, liquidity is important. We may not have that large volume at the moment to facilitate 50 million. Some people do 50 million, some people do 10 million. So it comes like that. So that's why we need partners. But down the line, we should establish pool account and correspondent account across key African markets. That's what we do. And then for licensing, of course, licensing is important. We have established partnerships with licensed partners at the moment, so we are riding with their license. But we hope to acquire our own as well, down the line as well. Thank you.
Please, I would like to ask a follow-up question very quickly. Okay. When you say partners, what are they doing? What are they helping you with?
They do the last mile settlement.
Okay,
yes.
So I'm a buyer or I'm a businessman. Let me use the example. I want to buy something from Benin. I have my Naira. How does it get to the seller in Sefa?
Okay, you have your Naira. All you have to do is come on the AmaPay application.
Tell me the back end. What's happening behind the scenes?
Okay, we take the Naira from the customer, right? We notify our partners, all right, settle the payment, and it's that easy.
So how does your partner get their own money?
The Sefa?
Yes.
I mean, we take the Naira, right? They settle the money, then later we do some reconciliation and settle our partners afterwards, yes.
Okay, I get it now. Thanks.
Sorry, just a follow-up to that. What's the turnaround time for your reconciliation with your partners?
Turnaround time?
Yes, so how frequently do you do reconciliation? Daily, weekly, monthly? How does that work?
Daily.
Daily.
Yes.
So, let's say, for example, just hypothetical case. You generated about 100 million in Naira today.
Yes.
Your partners, so how many partners do you get to work with?
How many partners do we have?
Yes.
We have about 12 partners currently.
12, okay.
Yes.
So, I know that possibly in a day you might not have had a need to work with all of the 12 partners. So,
yes.
for argument's sake, let's say maybe you work with 5.
Yes.
Right? So you've generated 100 million, you need to be able to pay those 5. Now you are in Nigeria. How do you get to, I know that perhaps maybe you have to go to maybe a border, or do you have a partner within Nigeria that also has a dual location? It's Nigeria and maybe Cameroon, maybe Ivory Coast, that is able to collect that money from you and then help you to do it? Or does AmaPay do the reconciliation? Because now, reconciliation is not just books now.
Yes.
We're talking about actual cash movement. So how does that cash movement happen daily?
Okay. The thing is that most of our partners, right, I work directly with, as you said, we don't work with all of them, but most of them that work directly on day-to-day operations, all right, most of them, we get them to establish NGN account.
Okay.
You understand? Get them to establish NGN account. So after the day, not throughout the whole day, as I said, a few hours, then we make the payment to them. But down the line, as I said, we are supposed to establish our own correspondent account across key African market. But currently, most of them, we get them to have an NGN account where we just send the payment to them, do reconciliation.
So your partners are willing to collect Naira from you?
Yes.
So that means there is a charge they pass on to you for helping you to mediate that and accepting Naira from you.
The thing is, they just do it based on the FX rate because they give us the FX rates themselves.
Okay.
Right? They don't charge an extra fee. If you see on my presentation, I said something like an FX spread just to maintain transparency.
Okay.
That is for the partners. So when they give us that rate, no extra fee, we then charge our own fee for processing that payment.
Now, on that FX rate, are you sure that there is no third-party currency influence? How are you able, because one of the things you put up in your pitch is that you are eliminating third-party, right? So since you are working with partners, what looks more reasonable, since it's an FX rate conversation, is that they would have factored in, a third party, because they also will get that FX rate information more likely from the formal sector.
Yes.
Right. So how have you been able to eliminate that proposition of a third-party currency influence on the FX rate?
Well, the thing is, it is very obvious that based on what we do, that they don't use the dollar exchange rate. They don't do it between NGN dollars or Cameroonian CFA and the dollars. I don't know if you're with me. Okay, so they don't, most of these our partners don't focus on anything in dollars. They don't use dollars. If they use dollars, they will be at more risks because they will lose a lot of money down the line. All right, they will not want to venture into the market. Okay. And that's why we are very confident that we understand the process. We are very confident that when we have correspondent account, we can take these risks as well.
All right, thank you and well done.
All right, thank you.
Sorry. We are done, but I just want to say anything money, be careful. Just like if you're doing financial business, be very, very, very careful. You understand? So, yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for the judges and the pitches. Thank you so much. So while we wait for the judges to collate the results, I think the judges can go back to their seats now. I think that would work. Please, a round of applause for our judges. Thank you so much. While they collate the results with them, please keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you so much, judges. All right. While we wait for them to collate the results, please, I would like to invite the team from NeoCollect for a presentation. Are they ready? All right. Please, a round of applause for NeoCollect as they... Thank you so much.
Okay, hi. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Osaz Fali. I'm a CTO and CEO at Shepherd Trust Microfinance Bank. So we're a unit microfinance bank based here in Lagos, and I want to talk to you today about two of our products. So we've been doing offline brick-and-mortar lending since as far back as 2010, serving people within our community, providing them financial services, savings, loans, and investments. Sometime in 2020, the pandemic basically shocked our business, right? Our lending model is very physical, so removing the ability for us to visit our customers, trade with them, serve them on a daily basis really impacted our ability to generate revenue and to grow our balance sheet. So we built NeoCash. NeoCash is basically a loan origination tool. It's a lending app, and through that we provide individual and business loans anywhere between 50,000 naira to as high as 10 million naira. If you earn an income, whether you earn a salary or you run a business, you might qualify for a loan with NeoCash. So in the process of running NeoCash, we ran into a few challenges, right? In lending, there are three major parts: the origination, the appraisal process, and then the monitoring and collection process. Origination was pretty easy. We were getting thousands of loan applications a day. Appraisal, we've been doing it already for 10 years. Lending digitally has its own challenges, but we were able to take the lessons that we've learned from offline lending and find a way to manage our conservative risk appetites with the, let me call them, user experience requirements of lending in a digital space. But where we really had a challenge was the monitoring and collection, right? It's very easy to give out loans. If you want to do 1 billion in loans a day, people will apply for those loans. You can push that money out. Where the problem comes in is getting that money back. So hopefully you've done your appraisal properly and you have the right people. Some bad actors will always slip through the cracks and then makes collection difficult. So for collections, we relied on a bunch of different methods. One was voluntary repayments, so people do transfers directly to us. And another is we would use payment processors to tokenize card details and then now charge those cards on a recurring basis. But if you run, if any of you here run a subscription-based business where you have to bill people's cards on a monthly, weekly basis, you'll know that if a person doesn't want to pay, all they have to do is cancel that card and you've lost the ability to charge that person. So we would also use direct debit methods. Those direct debit methods also had their challenges. The user experience suffered because most of them will require the customer to do a paper mandate. It takes like 3 days to set up for the bank to authorize. And sometimes it fails. You don't get visibility into the person's account, so you don't even know how much is in the account and if you have the ability to charge or not. So we built a product called NeoCollect. It wasn't always called NeoCollect. It started as an internal tool, and it's what we have been using for a couple of months now to collect payments from users without having to need their debit cards. So what we do is we set up direct debit mandates on the account. It takes about 5 minutes to set up. It's better than pretty much anything on the market at the moment in terms of direct debits. And once those mandates are set up, we can now charge that person's bank account. We can check their balances at will for as long as the mandate lives. So now what we've done is we've repackaged it and we're now reselling it to you guys. So if you run any kind of business where you need to collect recurring repayments each month from a bank account, and you want that security of having access to the bank account and not the hurdle of having there being a debit card between you and your customers' funds, NeoCollect can solve that problem for you. You can integrate directly through APIs, so you can build it directly into your flow, or you can use our dashboard. So NeoCollect is currently on wait list. By the end of next week, you'll be able to use the product for your business needs. But for now, you can go to the website, you can join the wait list, and we'll notify you once it's available. So my team is here. We're here to take any questions you have on pricing, the intricacies of how it works, setting up, registering, and all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please. If you have further questions, the stand is right there. You can just go there and ask your questions and get more information. Please, if you're not following Tamai _network on Instagram, on social media, please do well to just follow them so that the page can keep growing and we can touch more lives. I would invite Atinuke. I think the judges are almost putting the results together so that we can announce the winners. Pictures, how is it going? Anticipation, right? Let's see. All right, just a couple of more minutes.
All right, a round of applause for Atinuke as she comes to announce the winners. A round of applause for her, please. She comes bearing good news, so a resounding round of applause. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everyone for staying this long and for coming out on a Friday, which is a work day. So can you just appreciate yourself? Thank you for honoring us. So I want to also appreciate all the founders. We got about 30 applications. And in fact, even till yesterday night, we were still receiving applications. And out of those numbers, we came up with the 7 that presented today. And it's good to know what you are building, and we would also encourage you that keep building. The journey is not easy. You see, Emmanuel keep referring to, I've been in this over 10 years, over 10 years, over 10 years. And you can just see, and I want to believe that some people are just hearing more about TMI now. So it might take a long while. However, no matter how long it takes, you will still shine. So I just want to encourage everyone. So we'll just be having 3 winners. And for you all to also be encouraged, would every other person that came here to pitch their ideas, will also be giving them a voucher from the company, and also some of TMI credits, which you can also use to communicate to your people in the event that you are not part of the winners, but you're a winner in your right? For you to have been here, you actually won. It's just that we have just 3 winners that would announce. So I'm waiting for the total score. Can I get that now? Okay, sorry, we are just trying to rush, so we don't have to delay you any further. Okay, so rest assured that we have light refreshment for everyone. Not light, okay. So please, when you are going, please. Okay, can we have the final now? Did you know that seamless communication with customers is the cornerstone of every successful business? That's where TMI excels, facilitating uninterrupted communications with businesses across Africa and beyond. And guess what? In doing so, we have achieved some remarkable milestones that we are proud of.
TMI was born out of the need to disrupt the communication sector in Africa and across the world. Literally, as a business, if you want to connect with your customers, especially in emerging countries, you have to connect with multiple telcos, right? You want to verify customers, you want to send notification or messages, you literally have to integrate multiple APIs, and that process is complicated. But with TMI, we've sorted all that out, right? With being licensed in multiple countries, we make it super easy for many businesses to integrate with one single API, and through our platform, you can connect with your customers in Africa and also globally, right? So we make that process simple, whether you're verifying customers or notifying them across WhatsApp, SMS, or voice, you know, across multiple countries like Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, in the US, in the UK, Canada. We make that process seamless and without hassle.
Bankly is a lifestyle bank for everyday people. If I had to use one word to describe TMI, I would say efficient. TMI has really helped us in terms of being able to engage our customers in a way that we can monitor and track impact, but also in a way that is affordable and efficient. So recently, we had a campaign where we engaged some of our customers who had not been active for a while. We did a series of SMS campaigns on Temai, and we're able to get about 25% of those customers to become active again, which is quite impactful.
Building Temai was about transforming the way businesses communicate across Africa. I always envisioned a small business owner in Lagos communicating seamlessly with a business owner in Nairobi. The goal was to create a platform that fosters smooth communication, leading to happy and successful customers. Seeing this impact on businesses makes it worthwhile.
To pitch, and you're not part of the people that pitched today. And you're here, can you just come forward? So you can get our voucher card first. So let me give you guys first. If you submitted an application, and oh, please, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, so we're meant to have 3 winners, right? But we have a tie. So meaning we'll be having 4 winners. So we just have to do that consensus and say, okay, let's just allow the 3rd person. So in 3rd place, so the thing is, the 2 people in 3rd place, you have to come out together. Because we did not plan to have tie, but we just want to let go and just allow this person. So I'll call the 2 winners in 3rd place, and they would have to take the picture together with you. Then we can always sort that out after. So I'll just, before mentioning the name of the 2 winners, so they will be going home with 250,000 and Temai credits, 10K Temai credits. They also have access to 20% Temai startup voucher, and they also have access to a 7-week accelerator with ID. So in 3rd place, I'll be calling Skill Up and Ride Freestyle. Can 2 of them come up? Okay, Collins. Hey, easy, please come like this. Collins, please, would you mind snapping with them? In 3rd place. Okay. So the 2 of you have to work together. Thank you very much. So, the company in 2nd place will be going home with 500,000, 10K Temai credits, 20% Temai startup discount voucher, and also a 7-week accelerator program. And that's the company called Cash Africa. Can we appreciate them as they come forward? Cash Africa, can we appreciate them as they come forward? Ayobami, please come up to join them. Okay, so our winner for today, and I would like all our judges to also come out because we'll be snapping with this winner. And the person will be going home with 750,000, 10K Temai credits, 20% Temai startup discount voucher. The person will also have an opportunity to join our Investor Mixer tonight, where you also have opportunity to connect with our investors and also other VCs that will be in attendance, and also a 7-week accelerator program. So I want everyone to stand up and let's appreciate this person and give it up for Supplier. Woo! Okay, I want all the judges to come up. I want all the judges to come up. So, and I want other winners to take the second picture together. I want the other winners to also come up. Supplier, please come back so you can take a group picture together. You can drop that. All the other winners, can you please come forward? Okay, you can come out with the placard. Okay, Emmanuel and Awe, please, can you please come up?
Please.
Okay, Awe, please, can you please come up?
All right, a round of applause for the winners. Wow. Feels good to win, right? You know, but we are all winners anyway, so a round of applause for yourselves. You've done amazingly well for staying this long and doing it with a lot of steeze and composure. Thank you so much. I would just want to invite CEO Termite, Mr. Emmanuel Bolade, for the closing remark. Thank you so much, everyone. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for staying till this time. I want to thank all the judges for making it in such a short notice, and all our speakers, our guest speakers. Thank you so much. And for those who traveled from outside Lagos, I got a call this morning. Someone came from Imo State. You know, thank you for coming all the way down. Some couldn't make it, but thank you for the attempt of trying to come around. And those that sponsored this event, I want to thank all our sponsors also, and all our customers. Many of them are also watching. 16,000 customers. Thank you so much. You are the one that makes business worth it, basically. So thank you so much. After this session, you can also network with other founders, other businesses around. And we hope to see you next year also. Next year, we'll try and do things much more bigger and much more better. And we're looking forward to having you around also. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It has been good doing this with you. Enjoy the rest of your day. My name is King E. Thank you so much. Keep prospering. Thank you.
Did you know that seamless communication with customers is the cornerstone of every successful business? That's where Termite excels, facilitating uninterrupted communications with businesses across Africa and beyond. And guess what? In doing so, we have achieved some remarkable milestones that we are proud of.
Termite was born out of the need to disrupt the communication sector in Africa and across the world. Literally, as a business, if you want to connect with your customers, especially in emerging countries, you have to connect to multiple telcos, right? You want to verify customers, you want to send notification or messages, you literally have to integrate multiple APIs, and that process is complicated. But with Termite, we've sorted all that out, right? With being licensed in multiple countries, we make it super easy for many businesses to integrate to one single API, and through our platform, you could connect with your customers in Africa and also globally, right? So we make that process simple, whether you're verifying customers or notifying them across WhatsApp, SMS, or voice, across multiple countries like Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, in the US, in the UK, Canada, we make that process seamless and without hassle.
Bankly is a lifestyle bank for everyday people. If I had to use one word to describe Termite, I would say efficient. Termite has really helped us in terms of being able to engage our customers in a way that we can monitor and track impact, but also in a way that is affordable and efficient. So recently, we had a campaign where we engaged some of our customers who had not been active for a while. We did a series of SMS campaigns on Termite, and we're able to get about 25% of those customers to become active again, which is quite impactful.
Building Termite was about transforming the way businesses communicate across Africa. I always envisioned a small business owner in Lagos communicating seamlessly with a business owner in Nairobi. The goal was to create a platform that fosters smooth communication, leading to happy and successful customers. Seeing this impact on businesses makes it worthwhile.
Thanks to our amazing team at Termite, we now terminate over 1 billion messages and 11 billion worth of wallet transactions for over 16,000 companies across Africa and in the world. Some of these companies include financial institutions, microfinance banks, edutech, hospitals, and even retail companies. And more than that, we also have been licensed to terminate messages in the United States, in Nigeria, and in Ivory Coast, right? Which gives us room to both English-speaking and Francophone companies, right? This is amazing. This is interesting for us. It gives us room to terminate two-way messaging. It gives us room to basically improve on how we interact with telecom companies on behalf of our customers like you. These are not just numbers or milestones, but they are stories of companies who are doing amazing things and lives that are impacting both in emerging economies like Nigeria, like Kenya, like Ivory Coast, like South Africa, and also in developed countries like the United States, Canada, and even in the UK. And we want you to come and be a part of this because we're just getting started.